1, 2, 3. Hallatszik? Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to have a big classroom in front of me. Behave yourself. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, our Honorable President and Rector. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my distinct honor to officially welcome you to the second Future of Teaching, Future of Learning International Conference. We are absolutely delighted to have you with us here in Budapest at Gábor Dénes Egyetem or Denis Gábor University. We are extremely grateful that more than 200 participants have registered for this conference. It is a special pleasure to see many familiar faces, friendly faces, from last year's conference. We are also delighted to welcome colleagues from our partner universities and participants joining us online from 11 countries, different parts of Indonesia, the United Kingdom, the United States of America, Canada, Finland, Denmark, Slovakia, Serbia, Portugal, Poland, and Russia. And I would especially like to extend a warm welcome to our guests joining us in person from Indonesia, Czech Republic, and Portugal. Over the next few hours, we have an exciting program for you, filled with insightful presentations, engaging discussions, and valuable networking opportunities. We hope that this conference will be an inspiring, stimulating, and rewarding experience for each and every one of you. Our first plenary speaker, on behalf of Denis Gábor University, Krisztina Zimányi and Rita Ősz. Krisztina Zimányi is an expert in educational methodology. Her strategic and research work focuses on the integration of digital technologies and artificial intelligence into higher education. Rita Ősz completed her studies in the fields of informatics and pedagogy. Throughout her career, she has primarily been engaged in teaching IT-related subjects and in the effective application of ICT technologies in education. The title of the presentations, Same Platform, Different Journeys, Talent, Mass, and Micro-Learning. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Please allow me to introduce my colleague Krisztina. She is the rector of this university, and we work together from this year. It's a very pleasure for me. So in this presentation, we don't want to give a technological demonstration, but rather discuss educational methodology, how and what we teach in the future, and so on, how our training programs evolving, and we would ask to think together about the platform that we will use in the future. In the current education, as you know, we have a lot of transformation, and transformation of process, transformation the technology, and that's why we made a little sorry, but I see the other screen, and so we made a research in between the student of our university, and the new trend is that a lot of our students work regularly during their studies. It means we observed more than 600 students, and 576 students who work regularly. It means they work more than 30 hours per week during their studies. But the good point of this research, I show just little pieces of this research because it's a huge data. It's a good point of this research that after opinion, their results not decreasing, they don't decreasing the bad results, but they have a lot of emotional problems. It means they are a lot of stress and fatigue. They have to work. They have to their studies at night. They have to prepare in advance, and so on, so on. It means they are capable to work during this study, and the aim of this research will be that we will try to good point of this process as well. One point is that very important for us, and in connection with this conference, they told me that they are capable to make their works because this university give an opportunity to reach all the materials and all the learning on educational materials for him with their open system. And it is necessary because I will talk about the open system and open models as well later. So we have to thinking about the trend because, as you can see, there are a lot of new trend. Our students working, pedagogic, and we have to accept it, and we have to shift it our pedagogical process, and the institution have to respond this challenge as well. As you know, the Denis Gábor University is try to move forward the high quality education, and they try to help their student, and also they try to respond all the labor market challenges, all the technical challenges, and give a quickly change for this process. As you can see, the other perspective of our presentation will be we have to change the models of an educational format and educational model. As I mentioned, Denis Gábor University try to change, try to make a respond for the challenges. That means they give a lot of opportunity as the traditional education process, in the micro-credential process, modular training as well. That's why we try to thinking about how these two models, I mean closed models and open models, give opportunity for the students. I don't want to define these two models. Everybody knows what does it mean open models. It's accessible for 24 hours per day. It's accessible for everyone. It is flexible, and so on. But but the university used the closed models. It means all the materials, all the learning object is in the same learning system, and it means it is available for the students only. But we have to highlight that the output for two models could be the same, but on one hand, the degree and microcredential, it will be the output, and the other hand, for the open models, the certificate and also the microcredentials. The same is they use the same platform. It means they use the AI supporting learning system and AI supporting learning methods. It's inevitable for two models. But nowadays, the base are given by the labor market. That's why I mentioned that Denis Gabor University is very quickly has to respond for these challenges or this request. And all the models, all the open models and the closed models are available for the request the labor market, and it's served by the university. And we're thinking about that will be separate because universities will be more focused, talented-oriented education, and the open models will highlight for the mass education. But we are thinking about both of these models will use the same platform. It means they will use the VR, the robotics, and AI as well, and cloud technology, and so on. The great question is what we're thinking about the role of the teachers. Please let me know what do you think. Will students demand the teachers? If you are very kindly. Just yes and so the major of our guests are thinking the role of the teachers is inevitable, and 3 persons who thinking about not necessary during the teaching process, and only 2 persons are thinking about maybe the teacher is needed in the process. As I thinking, the teacher, I think, represent the credibility, and AI represent speed. I made other research with my students. It means I asking them how they use the AI during their learning process, and how ask the teacher how they ask the AI in case of the problem. It means during the traditional education, they communicate with their classmate. It is the first place. And I think asking the teacher, they have to thinking more. And asking the AI, it's more, they feel more freely, they feel more comfortable because it's AI. They think it's AI is very similar with them because they make a mistake as well. That's why they thinking about the AI is most friendly for during the learning process. As you can see, they thinking about they think before they asking from the teachers. It is the major, and they don't thinking, and they use the short sentences asking the AI. It is the most differences. And the other, the good point, the teacher is necessary during the learning process for our students. I agree with the nature of the guest, because when they have, they need extra explanation, and the teachers motivate them with their meta communication aspect and their non-verbal process. And it means during the learning process, the teacher know the context. In case the AI, it is the fast, they can follow the response, and they more patience as the teachers. So I think the teacher will represent the high quality of knowledge. They will be the coordinator. They will give the guidance, and they will give the motivation for the student. So, it means the role of the teacher is necessary during the process. But we talk about the AI and the teacher's role, and it is the common for during the learning process. It means there will be a platform that we will use during the learning process. It means we have to involve a lot of technology and a lot of VR, AI, and so on, so on. And I would like to ask to send and help us with the other question. But it's necessary use the same platform, both of the open models, both of the traditional models, both of the closed models. But I think the platform will be the same. What do you think? What this platform need to involve? This platform use. Just some keywords, please send us, and if you send me, we will return after the plenary speaker with the result. So till the comeback, thank you for your attention and to help us.
Thank you very much for this first presentation. I just had the idea who we would organize conference for if there were no teachers anymore. So it's good to come together and have many, many teachers here. We'll go on. We are incredibly honored to have our next speaker. Päivi Häkkinen is a professor of educational technology at the Finnish Institute for Educational Research, University of Jyväskylä, Finland. She leads the research area on technology-enhanced learning, and together with her research group has established a systematic research trend focusing especially on the processes and outcomes of computer-supported collaborative learning. The title of her presentation is The Future of Learning and Collaboration in the Age of AI. Professor Häkkinen, the stage is yours.
Okay, good. Can you hear me well enough? Yeah, good morning, everyone. Dear rector, dear organizers. I'm delighted to be here and bring greetings to all of you here and online from Finland. So I'm working at the University of Jyväskylä in the institute that is responsible for PISA studies and all these large-scale assessment studies in Finland. And we also have the, what I have referred there, the Educa flagship, the biggest European research project currently in the area of educational research. So today about learning and collaboration in the age of AI. And I'm planning to tell you a little bit about what we know in research about the impact of AI on learning, and particularly to collaboration and computer-supported collaborative learning, how we should redefine that at the age of AI. We also need to rethink whether AI really transforms learning, and whether our students should have a rigid control and agency over the AI or not. But what I always like to do at first is to remind that we are not in front of a new thing, even though we quite often in the hype of generative AI and large language models think so. But the first neural models were established already in 40s actually. And there have been many phases and hypes and ups and downs in the history of AI, and it has gone parallel with the educational technology developments on the one hand, and has some synergies with the learning theories. Here's just a very rough illustration of some of the turning points. For example, symbolic AI was at some point very important. Then people started developing intelligent tutoring systems, even tried to replace teacher and medical doctor before realizing that human behavior and thinking includes a lot of tacit knowledge that cannot be formalized for AI. Then gradually computing capacity increased and neural networks, deep learning, machine learning started getting more and more space. And even today in generative AI and many AI models, there are influences from all these earlier phases. For example, neurosymbolic AI is something that has also symbolic reasoning in the background. Currently, we are also talking about hybrid intelligence. I will come back to this a bit later. But what we actually know about the impact of AI on learning. So we already now know that it can at its best provide a real-time, personalized, adaptive support. Feedback, adapting task difficulty, perhaps game-based learning is one of the examples of this. It can have impact on disciplinary learning in many domains, for example in math learning. It can at its best when designed in a pedagogically proper way to support also generic thinking skills such as metacognition and shared monitoring, for example prompting and forcing people to actually think and reflect their own learning. Motivational effects. We have plenty of examples already about this kind of interest-driven learning and personalization, recommender systems and adapting topics according to learners' interests. And what I'm particularly interested is what is the role of AI in collaboration process? Can it be, and in what ways can it be a collaborative partner? What does it mean when AI is one of the group members? It can at its best support both the process when group members collaboratively learn, but at the same time it can also support the skill of collaborating, provide hints for learners on the ways of participating and dividing labor, for example, among group members. But we know that there are many concerns. You probably have read a lot from, for example, in many kinds of public discussions about the concern of over-reliance on AI and metacognitive laziness, erosion of thinking skills. We are just speculating what happens for students' thinking skills in the long term. Some researchers have also realized that learners have a limited ability to formulate particular kind of prompts, asking explanation, seeking questions. AI is quite often used in a kind of instrumental way, asking very simple questions, fact-based questions, and dividing the labor in a very routine kind of tasks. It has been also recognized that so-called naked Gen AI doesn't outperform classroom teaching. We need customized models. And if you think about all of the worries and cautious things around here, there are luckily many protecting and moderating factors that have also been recognized in research. For example, prior training, AI literacy are in a core role. Also the nature of the task and integration into broader pedagogical scenario. For example, assessment practices and rethinking about them are in a very important role. And referring to the previous presentation, these are, for example, the areas in which teacher has crucially important role. And of course, we every now and then think about the question of whether AI is replacing human thinking and making it lazier. So I think the biggest challenge that we should really focus on current discussions is how, with the aid of AI, we can actually activate learners' minds. And what does it mean to have active pedagogy? And actually already 3 decades of research in the area of computer-supported collaborative learning has pretty much focused on this issue of active pedagogy in the context of collaborative learning. First of all, there's a possibility when people collaborate to build and share knowledge on top of what others have produced and are producing. So at its best, collaboration between people and at the moment also with AI can produce something more than sum of its part. It's not just division of labor, but it can be also a committed, coordinated work together and lead to these kind of high-level learning activities that we know that are beneficial in terms of learning. For example, argumentation, explanation, questioning, knowledge articulation. For example, if we set up an argumentative learning situation, learners need to engage into cognitive conflict, and resolving that conflict is beneficial mechanism for learning. So how, for example, with the aid of AI, we can trigger this kind of learning situations. And like with many other kinds of technologies, also with the aid of AI, we can externalize, in a collaborative situation, we can externalize our thinking processes. And when we externalize them, we can also, or teacher can also monitor and reflect reasoning and interaction. So AI can potentially have many kinds of roles in collaborative learning environments. It can be a facilitator for cognitive processes or disciplinary learning, step-by-step guidance. It can provide support for negotiation and argumentation. It can boost engagement at its best when it is following or tracking, for example, the students' efforts. And moderate also the actual teamwork. Give hints on how you should participate and work together with others. I will take just one example of our own study that we have just recently done, and here we just designed together with a high school physics teacher a kind of a AI-human collaboration. This was a very advanced physics course related to matter and radiation. So the students had different kinds of interactions with the AI. Individual students were interacting in a virtual reality environment with the historical physics bots, making abstract phenomena of matter and radiation easier to approach. And they had certain tasks that teacher had designed for them. And teacher had also used a lot of AI in designing the tasks and providing and designing these bots. By the way, perhaps in our next experiment we have holograms, and Dennis Garber represent it also, because in this course we had Einstein and Max Planck, for example, as bots with whom students were discussing. But another dimension of collaboration here was the group AI collaboration, because that's a particular kind of situation in which a small group together are interacting, for example, here with the co-pilot, and engaged at its best to active dialogue that triggered negotiation and critical discussion. That doesn't happen automatically. That's something important to emphasize. You need to trigger that with particular kind of tasks, design, for example, and students also engaged into critical discussion about the AI's role in this process. For example, what are the bias, and can we trust the information, and is it hallucinating, and etc. But student interaction mediated by AI. So there are, in authentic learning situations, many in a kind of layers of interacting with the AI. And if we think about the whole development of AI models and pedagogical thinking around it, and where are we currently? Now, we typically think that AI has particular strengths, such as no limits in working memory, it's precise, and a lot of information processing capacity, whereas humans have intuition and empathy, social and emotional components are something that come from human side, particularly metacognition and the capability of monitoring one's own thinking. But currently we are also collaborating with some experts in machine learning, and in that direction the AI developments are more and more going to the direction in which we next steps in the near future will be to move from augmentation towards what we call hybrid intelligence. How many of you have heard about hybrid intelligence? Yeah, it's a bit buzzy word, but basically here the difference is that by augmentation of human cognition, we are supporting, amplifying specific processes of human thinking. Some examples are the feedback systems, AI dashboards, and recommendation systems, and so on. But when we are talking about hybrid intelligence, for example, that particular article is very useful in understanding the whole idea. We are talking about tightly coupled collaborative system in which both AI and human are mutually learning. It's a kind of a bi-directional learning loop in which AI models learn together with human learning, a kind of a synergistic collaboration in which potentially can be reached something that neither of these could alone be able to reach. And when I would say that if we think about 5 years back, we couldn't imagine, I mean, at least I couldn't imagine where we are now. So if we now take a look at 5 years ahead, I'm pretty sure that we are at least reaching something that we can call hybrid intelligence. And that leads us to think about what human-centric AI is and perhaps should be. So if we think AI merely as a kind of a statistical system that where patterns are extracted on the basis of a human-produced data, how can we think about that as one collaborative learning partner that can co-learn and co-create, and it doesn't have a consciousness? But if, like some researchers think, that intelligence is emerging between people in a dialogue, could agency also belong to the dialogue? And could it be a kind of a co-creative space between AI and human? So if we think about, for example, when you would be collaborating with some generative AI system, and you would start with a kind of a very vague intuition and a half-formed question. Not something very specific, but you just have an idea. And then AI responds to you with something that surprises you, that provides you an angle you had never even thought about. Then you clarify and refine and push back to AI. AI pushes back to you, asks some clarification, and back and forth, you iterate, and then gradually you reach something that neither of you could reach on own. So, for example, some colleagues have suggested that instead of actually requiring students to have a very rigid control over AI tools that we typically nowadays tend to think like, perhaps teaching them what good dialogue looks like. And by this I refer to dialogue not only between people, but with the AI and between human or humans and AI. But of course, this idea should be tested in different contexts and depends a lot on the learning goals and tasks, but just an idea that is worth thinking when hybrid intelligence type of systems develop in the future. So, perhaps to make some concluding remarks then, we already know that one of the most important determinants for the success in interacting with the AI is AI literacy and critical thinking. It's one of the protecting factors for the worry about over-reliance on AI and the erosion of thinking skills. And if we think about this kind of a synergistic relationship between human and AI, so it's important to realize that that can happen only with high human thinking skills. It's also, actually, we are often talking about the hallucination and biases, and because AI doesn't give you always the same answer by referring to Gen AI now, it's actually a natural place for collaboration, learning about biases, adapting skills of arguing and learning with each other. So that could be turned into a kind of a pedagogical possibility instead of seeing only the negative side of it. But all in all, I fully agree about the teacher's role in our current situation, that in order to promote activeness in thinking, we need active pedagogy. And the role of teacher when working with AI and in a way co-orchestrating the learning situations is extremely important. It also is related to assessment practices. We all know that assessment is very strongly guiding the pedagogical practices, and that is something that is under very lively discussion in any teaching developments, probably in here as well. And also utilizing different kinds of process data as a form of formative assessment. Awareness of ethical issues, I didn't talk about that a lot, but it's always important in the AI context. Customized AI models that consciously activate learners' minds is also important when developing the actual AI models. And then us as researchers, we should be tackling the long-term effects of learning gains, but also, of course, also worries about the atrophy in thinking. But altogether, I think that instead of focusing only on impacts especially from the negative side, we should turn it to the questions that what new and pedagogically meaningful, relevant ways to learn and collaborate we can gain with the aid of AI, and what are the prerequisites for successful human-AI collaboration. So at least I believe that AI won't replace humans, but humans with AI will gradually replace humans without AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this thought-provoking speech. You might know that during this week we've had 4 conferences, and actually on the first day we devoted conference to the topic of AI and AI applications. Then information security, the third day was devoted to drone technology and image processing, and this is the 4th day devoted to digital methodology and education. I can say that throughout the week, we have come to the conclusion, and we have talked a lot about the inevitable role of developing students' soft skills, collaboration, communication, the skills and competencies of cooperation, co-creation, co-construction. So thank you very much for reinforcing these thoughts. So our next plenary speaker is Reketov Nergor. Sorry for the pronunciation. She's a Danish educational researcher and associate professor at the Danish School of Education at Aarhus University. Her research focuses on the future of higher education, digital pedagogy, and educational design. She explores the intersection of education, technology, play, and philosophy, with a particular emphasis on how learning processes can be transformed in creative and participatory ways. The title of her presentation is Between Imagination and Innovation, Envisioning and Engaging the Future with Hope Punk Higher Education. A very funky title. Thank you.
I can assure you it will be a bit more funky in a second. And I'll try to have my talking slides here. Can you hear me okay, everyone? Otherwise, shout or dance. Yeah, good morning, everyone. I will try to keep myself on track with time. And thank you so much for having me. Looking forward to co-think or co-listen with you all about the potential future of teaching and learning. And in a way, moving perhaps from technological, determined futures that are coming to us and that we are handed, to think about how we are responsible for the futures of teaching and learning, and how we're responsible for what we end up having and what we decide to do with that responsibility. So kind of a philosophical meta talk, but again, listening in on technology and what is happening with AI that I have also been working on for some years. I will do my best to make this as complicated and weird and hard as possible. Also giving you some hope punk concept and methods and principles, whatever that is. And particularly think about technology and AI futures as you move into all of your wonderful presentations coming up around in the different sessions, to listen in and think about how futures can be lame and tame or wide and wild, and that depend on what we do now and in the future that we then set up for our students. So that is kind of the baseline here. Yeah, so my name is Reketov Nergor, which is impossible, to say the least, to pronounce. Danish should be the most difficult language in the world. so you can always have a go. And during the last 10 years, I've been working in different ways with exploring digital human hope-punk futures in education. I'm a teacher practicing future education. I'm a designer developing future education, a researcher writing on future education, even doing some philosophical dabblings once in a while, and a leader leading projects on future education. And so I've been very much focused on how this creates new needs, potentials, and possibilities, and especially what we do with those. How can we design for wider and wilder futures for ourselves, our institutions, and our practices within them? So the first thing to think about is where we are at the moment, and we are in what many have deemed an imagination crisis and surrounded by lost futures. And it's not only climate, it's also lost futures in higher education, the education system. I don't know if you are like the most biggest fans of your education system presently in your country, but not many are in Denmark at least, and in other countries. So the imagination crisis, what is it? First of all, why are we here? What are some of the lost futures we have with us now? Where do they come from? And how are they haunting us in our present? So the first one is that we have a current educational climate that prioritizes measurable outcomes, leading to an education characterized by fear of failure, getting a good grade, getting a job eventually, risk aversion, so not take any risk to fuck up your future, so to speak, extrinsic motivation, what counts, what are we measured on, and so on. And all of this creates a very high emphasis on quantifiable performance, both as institutions that are ranked, as teachers that are ranked, as students that are ranked, almost from the day they are born. The second one is the increased pressure to produce platformized, scalable, standardized learning outcomes so we can replicate it and scale it, and so everyone gets the same. But if everyone gets the same, there's no room for things we cannot control as easily, something like curiosity, experimentation, open-ended inquiry, listening, asking weird questions. And that means that curiosity and creativity is very much marginalized in higher education, both because we cannot measure it, it's unruly, and it's, to say the least, annoying for the system, for the teachers, for the students, because then what is going on? The third one is that higher education institutions often then reinforce competitive, performative, individualistic learning environments. So that can be individual learning trajectories. It can be highlighting someone that wins an innovation competition. It can be highlighting someone that gets a big grant. It can be all sorts of things. And that really creates sort of a surveillance, employability, career advancement focus, but also kind of carves away what we call collectivity, community, and working together, what we just heard about in the last keynote. So all of this taken together, no one really wants to dream anymore because it's unrealistic and it's stupid and it's starry-eyed. So, let's rather just bow down and keep going on with the business. But the problem is that what then the society asks for is innovative solutions, wild imagination, seeing something new, trying something no one has done before, at least when it comes to higher education, which is the highest form of education, or higher education research, which should be the highest form of research. So again, when we see about what we are doing at the moment as an institution, but also perhaps as researchers and teachers, and what we teach our students, is to kind of stand like a deer in the headlights of the future that comes to us, that are already set in stone because we know what it is, we have predicted it, we have forecasted it, we know we need 10,000 more engineers in Denmark at the moment. Not really sure what for, but we need them. So again, we have a predicted future already known, so there's not much to dream about, there's not much to hope for, there's not much to do other than kind of make it true. So again, all we have to do in education is to prepare and discipline ourselves to survive the forecasted future already handed to us. So that, of course, is nice because it makes our job very easy. We do what we are supposed to do, and then we can go home and sleep and eat and relax, and then go back and do the same all over again. But if we do not become hope-pongers, whatever that is, I'll talk a little bit more about that, and work against this current higher education imagination crisis and try to kind of widen our imagination and rewild our system, make it more uncontrollable, make it wilder, and make it more uneasy for the systems and for ourselves. Then we don't get new futures, we just get more of the same because that's what we are teaching for. And then that in the end create more lost futures for future generations. So let's be more weird. Hospitality. What is this? Well, it's the welcoming of the lost futures and the broken promises that is haunting us from our past in our present. So when I was a student, I was promised all sorts of things that would happen in my future, which was lost. Then I was promising my children all sorts of wonderful things with technology or learning, and I was told all sorts of promising things about the future that would come very soon. That didn't come. So these are all the futures that are haunting us now, that we know will never come. And kind of being there, it can be something like what would happen when the internet came, would democratize knowledge, and we'll just learn from everywhere, and everyone would be free. Not the current status of the internet, I would say, or social media. It would be this collective space where we would all have empathy and learn all about different cultures and how wonderful the world is. Not really the state at the moment, and so on and so forth. And yet another lost future that is coming now is perhaps the future of AI and the future of technology that we are implementing without even knowing it. So instead we need to reimagine and revitalize our higher education futures to welcome and embrace our technological ghosts of lost futures and broken promises that haunt us, and kind of talk to ourselves about what do we want to do about this. We have to show them hospitality, so hospitality for the ghosts, rather than just ignore them, they're in the shadows, or long back for something that will never come because it's lost. Then try to be a little bit gentle with them and see how we can work with them. But how do we do this? So to innovate and practice higher education with imagination involves a combination of collective visioning and collective actions. It's not, the future is not something anyone should do on their own. Not that anyone is not trying. We can think about Trump or Putin or others that have a very clear blueprint vision of what the future should look like. But if we don't want to have institutions like in that way, we probably need more than ourselves. I don't hold the truth and the true dream about the future. So let's work together also with AI to see about how we can have this collective vision, collective dream that is never for myself but from someone else. So again, something I really like, and which is also incorporated in the Hope Punk concept, is intergenerational design. So we are designing for future generations. We are not actually designing for ourselves. We are dreaming for future generations, not for ourselves. We need to get over ourselves, so to speak, as institutions and teachers, and really think about what kind of people would we like to see in the future, what kind of experiences would we like them to have, and so on. Also because universities, at least all universities, are very big oil tanker, not in the Hormuz Street and not in the canal, but still it turns very slowly. So I cannot make something happen tomorrow on the big scale, but I can start to make something happen on the small scale. And the question then is, what will I make happen? So again, Meadows and Randers here says it's quite easy. Vision without action is useless and very dangerous, I would say. But action without vision is even more dangerous because it does not know where to go or why to go there. So of course we can start to implement AI. Of course we can start to platformize our institutions and just make everyone learn on their own or whatever. That's quite easy, even though it seems hard. But it's also very dangerous because then the future will just happen to us and we don't have any control if that is actually a learning environment that is nice to be a human in. If it's an auditorium, it's nice to be a teacher in. And do we go home singing or go home crying? I think that would be like the core question. Then if we go home crying but get a very good grade, is it really what we want to do to other humans, I would say. Sorry for being bleak, but it's full of hope and dreams, right? So, the question is, how do we reposition the future? How do we rewrite the imagination from this kind of realistic, don't be silly forecasting thing we are often told as teachers and institutions from the politicians or the world, to this kind of hope punk, silly dream casting? And why is there a point in this? So again, going a little bit deeper into design, philosophy and theory, these are two of my favorite books that really try to think about how to design for intentional change in an unpredictable world. I think that's very much where we find ourselves at the moment in technology, in education, and with AI. And the other one is about speculative everything, design, fiction, and social dreaming. So these two books kind of coming together, one more silly philosophical, you could say, daring to dream the silly dreams, and then showing a lot of different examples of how that looks. Kind of being, jumping to the future, doing real stuff in the future, and then jumping back and looking, is this a future we would like? And if it is, how do we work our ways towards it? That would be speculative design. And the design way in intentional design is really trying to shift the focus in design. Also education design and teaching is a design science, as Diane Loylat says, is to shift the focus from the real to the ideal. The true is there always. It's the facts. We cannot change the facts, so to speak. But the real is where we find us in just now, in this present. Tomorrow I have to do this. Next semester I have to do this. We all know this. This is the ultimate particular of my situation, so I don't have any choice. But that's not true. Any designer would say we always have a choice. We have the ideal to strive for, which is the intention. Why am I teaching? Why am I using AI? Why am I doing this to my students? Why am I doing this in this way when I could do almost any other thing? Because as long as we are feeding the system, and that's quite easy, we can do what we want. I think that would be my core advice as a practicing teacher that hasn't been fired yet. So again, design, and also when we think about technology and AI and our teaching, is creating the ideal in the real. We get into real trouble because we focus on that which is description and explanation of what we're doing, rather than that which ought to be ethics and morality. Why are we doing this? We are trying to, we want to, this kind of more normative thing that is actually the foundation of education. And without consideration of that which is desired for me, future generations, my students, and so on. So, hope punk. So hope punk is a nice concept because it's not really a concept, it's more a word. It comes from media studies to describe certain kinds of movies that are not Game of Thrones, because that's grimdark, but more hopeful, more punk in its spirit, you could say. So hope punk education aims to instill in us a sense of activist hope. So I think one of my other newer favorite books is Terry Eagleton's book that's called Hope Without Optimism. So there's absolutely nothing to be optimistic about. You should be super, super pessimistic. I am all the time. But we should not stop hoping, because then there will be then the future will just happen for us. So we have to hope nonetheless, even though it's stupid. Then we still need to keep on hoping and caring and be kind and so on, even though it will hurt ourselves perhaps. Like, it's stupid to be kind, no one else is kind, you're gonna lose the career game if you just hand people stuff, Rikke. You'll never be a professor. Well, perhaps I will be, you know, let's prove them wrong, that's hoping, right? Even though I'm pessimistic about the career system, and so on. But again, it's this kind of ethical responsibility, and I think teaching, especially also in the current political and global landscape, higher education institutions, all teachers, all institutions leaders are the ones that are ethically responsible for shaping a more just and human world and future. Because no one else will. I think, again, that's the pessimism, not the optimism, but the hopeful pessimism talking. So by nurturing our abilities, also when thinking about technologies, for commitment to collective action and to become active and to activate hope in others, rather than reactive, always doing what we are told, is where we begin. So hope punk signifies an insistence on hope, humanity, virtuousness, and possible futures, many more than what we are told. We just need to start looking for them and listening in. So it's actually a political choice, political in the ethical sense, made with full self-awareness, as one of my favorite quotes from Romano writes, made with full self-awareness that things might be bleak or even frankly hopeless, but you're going to keep hoping, loving, being kind nonetheless. So this is actually what it requires to be a teacher with technology. This is what we need to learn our technologies to do with us, not for us. And this is what we want to do together. So it's also, as you can hear, perhaps anti-nostalgic, forward-looking, stands against grimdark, the encroaching future, however that looks for you. To go a little bit more into the industry and future studies side of things, and I have 25 minutes, right? Yes, good. 17 minutes and I have it. I didn't see the clock. Okay, that's scary. Okay, so going a little bit more into the industry and innovation side. So Vores, who's a researcher, thinker, innovator within industry, working with like car companies and everything else, made this futures cone to kind of open the imagination, widen the imagination in the industry sector. And I would like to think that higher education is more innovative or imaginative, not innovative, well, we are also at least more imaginative and going more for it than the industry that has a lot of money and cars on the line, and they don't want to have to fire everyone by taking a bad chance. But this is made with the industry in mind and then kind of broadened out to all sorts of areas. And you can see exactly here that if we only work for the projected future, this is the future in the singular, this is handed to us, next year you have to implement AI or something like that. Then you're just doing what you're told, as Race Against the Machine would say in a song. And to quote them, not me, you can also say, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. It's not me, it's the song. And then try to widen the imagination. So again, where we find higher education is always within the probable and plausible, when you want to get through with something, a change, try to do something new. And that is fine, that's also preferable. But if we want to really widen the imagination and kind of go, is that Star Trek, go where no one, boldly go where no one has gone before, we need to kind of move into the possible. And so this is a new version of the futures cone, and that's quite interesting because what Vores said is, okay, let's try to imagine all the possible futures, go as wild as possible. You know, everything is possible as long as it adheres to the fact of what is, you know, physically possible, it might be possible. But if you found out that these industry innovators, they were very narrow in their imagination still. Like when they thought they were like doing something really innovative and possible and imaginative, they were still very much within the plausible, even the probable, because they were thinking with reality all the time. So he added this layer of preposterous futures. And that seemed to work because that allowed them to be a little bit more playful, a little bit more silly. So when we think about technology and AI futures in higher education or education, we should probably be preposterous. Allow ourselves to be a little bit silly in an ethical way, to be very playful with the possibilities, but in an ethical way. So always having that kind of hope punk attitude of doing something for others that is ethically and nice. So again, the question is, which futures are worth making real? With AI, without AI? Do we need to move all our students into a bunker without internet, as we're doing one place in Denmark at the moment, making them write by hand, which they never was taught, so they can't think that way. Then mocking them for getting horrible grades, because they used AI. Perhaps not, but perhaps being in a bunker without internet, with a pencil for the first time in their life is a little bit not the way they learn and think, would be another explanation. But again, what do we want to do? So, last part of the talk. Futurescaping, which is a nice way of landscaping the future, and it has a very poetic freedom to it. So if you think about our teaching, our classrooms, our institutions, what meets them when they get here, both kind of very physically, very technologically, very humanly. What futures have we scaped? What futurescaping have we done? And how can we think as hope punk architects when we think about our teaching? So as I read across these last 10 years of my own imaginaries, I'll just jump through 3 things. Because this talk is not supposed to give you any answers. That would be handing you your future. But perhaps some way of going out there listening or sitting at home listening to yourself when you take a decision about technology or about your teaching practice or have an opinion about your students or something. Like, is this hope punk or is it grimdark? Where am I pushing the future towards? And it's based on the 10 years I just talked about. So it's just referencing Regge, which is very unethical in academia. But here you go. Only allowed for professors, I'm told, and I'm not. But hopefully I'll get away with it. So one thing, a hope punk futurescaping principle 1 is to nurture empowered participation with technological curiosity and institution with utopian thinking. So do we dare as an institution and leaders to kind of take on this language a little bit and push a little bit for it? Because no one will dare to take that chance if the leaders do not move forward. And they need to even believe in the dream that they will not be punished for doing something that is not measurable, that is very unruly, and so on. So this is the first thing, to provide environments for empowered participation, to have institutional narratives and strategies that embrace utopian thinking and legitimate a necessary part of higher education life as for humans to feel alive in teaching and learning, something we do not evaluate that much on in our own course assessment back home, but we should. The second one is, and this is AI helping me, as you can see, illustrating how I think and what I write about. Then we can agree or disagree. We still have that debate going. But the other thing would be to facilitate play modes and play moods. So modes as way of doing that is playful and opening up and makes you take a chance. So when I teach my students, it takes most of the semester for them to believe me when I say I want them to do something. I want them to know what they really want to do. What do they want to do in education? Why are they taking this education? What are they dreaming about? And they always try to give me the answer they think I want. And I'm saying no, and they're like, are you serious? And I'm like, yes. And I don't know what this course is about, is my next thing. Like, I don't know what we're learning here. Like, what do we want to learn? But you're the teacher. And I'm like, yes, but we are, like, higher education is for taller humans and not small humans. Most of them at least. So what should we do together? Like, what do you want to learn about? How do you want to learn? And then I will catch it, and then of course I'll use my teacher authority, as it's called, to provide it from all of my knowledge. And then we end up some strange place, but we always end up in a good place, and it's external examination and everything, and surprisingly it goes well and not horrible. So why not, do something we want to do together? Now we are spending time together. So that kind of playful thing. Third thing, and I can see my clock there is running out of time, also this clock, is to try to develop silly formats or important formats or whatever you want, utopian formats, hope punk formats. So here's just 2 that I have played around with and a colleague of mine have played around with. So the Carnival of Unknowing, which is kind of an annual festival, week-long takeover where all the courses transform the campus into pop-up experimentariums, wundercampers, exploratoriums, virtual playgrounds that unsettle norms and welcome radical otherness, like the spirit of the carnival in the old days. Questioning everything, guerrilla implementation, surprise debate pods, spontaneous art interventions, the carnival's ever-evolving brief, what if we did so and so as a living curriculum, to see, okay, where do we want to go if we have the freedom to actually materialize in a silly way a future that could be real. The other one would be the naked failure form, and it's not that you are literally naked, but it is that you stand here like I'm standing and then sharing your biggest failures. As a leader, as an institution, as a teacher, as a researcher, in front of your students perhaps even, and each other. And then I also dare to say, oh, but actually there was this project I had once, it it went horribly wrong. I would never do that if I'm measured and you could go and tell someone that, and then I would be punished, and then I would not be professor, you know. So how do we kind of develop that culture? Last slide. So again, I also have to change here. Yes, so again, this has some design implications. Higher education then should support this kind of speculative, interdisciplinary meeting in the middle and try to be a little bit more poetic, try to be a little bit more philosophical, try to have other forms of inquiry that challenge these conventional epistemologies. Because we're very quick, especially in higher education, to say, I don't understand this, which is a bad thing, rather than I don't understand this, which is a super like excited thing. Oh, show me, how does this make sense? I've done all my career in proving people wrong. So people told me I have to specialize to become someone. I'm decidedly not specialized. I'm at least 5 different kinds of Reggae. And I'm told that you cannot become a professor in Reggae, so I have to figure out some sort of umbrella term. I was also told I should learn to say no. So I never said no and always said yes, and can be a little bit stressful at times. But it just brought me random places, which is not random because, you know, I shape the future as it takes me somewhere. And the last thing was to really think about saying what I'm supposed to do and doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm doing that. I got a big grant. That's nice. The university approves. But I did it in my own way to prove that you could have like a silly grant, that actually you could get money for doing silly things. So again, I could show to others, to future generations, to other researchers in arts and humanities that you can actually do this in a way that makes sense. So I think that's my hope. And then let's go unleash the hope punk imagination. Thank you so much also for going a little bit over time. And let's hope punk. Yeah.
Thank you, Rika. Thank you, Rika. We are really happy you cannot say no, because otherwise you wouldn't be here. And just a quick remark to all of you that what I've learned about Hope Punk, that I'm quite pessimistic now how you can tolerate sitting at one place for such a long time. But I hope that you have enjoyed the presentation so far. So our next keynote speaker is Professor Marta Takács. She's a full university professor at the Hungarian Language Teacher Training Faculty in Subotica, Doctor of Mathematical Sciences. Her work is characterized by a significant role both in Hungarian and cross-border scientific communities. In recognition of this, she received one of the prestigious awards of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, the János Arany Award, as well as the Neumann Award. The title of her presentation is AI times or multiplied by education, everywhere at every level, from everyday tools to transformative innovation in learning. Please greet Marta with great love.
Sorry for sitting position. First of all, thank you for your invitation here. And it is my pleasure because I was teacher many years ago at the Gábor Dénes University. It was then high school in Subotica, and now we don't have anymore this this group of students. But it's very nice to be here with you. So, as you will see, I'm coming from the Hungarian language teacher training faculty from Subotica. It is the north part of Serbia, so we have Hungarian minority there, and we teach the teachers for the primary school from 1st till third classes. So it is very, very first level of the education. And it is one point, end point of the higher education line, if you want. The other one is my other job, because I am also working and teaching at the Ubud University. And my students are their engineers from future. So engineers of informatics, of cybersecurity, and so on. So I teach the mathematical basics of informatics mainly. And of course, some machine learning methods also. And what to do, how to, so everything what I will talk about will be from practice. And it is from my point of view, maybe, sorry. And I'm open for your questions and for your comments after the presentation. And it is a sentence from the resume, from the abstract of the presentation, that we have AI everywhere, every time, in every place, not only at education, but also in everyday life, as we see also at my students. And let me use some mathematical background and some mathematical model. This Cartesian product, or Descartes' product, is nothing else than so-called ordered pair of two elements from one. First is from a first set, the second is from second set, and you can make those pairs ordered pairs from the sets, from the elements of sets. And what is now the problem, that if we combine, or we find the Cartesian product of parameters related to AI and related to education, we have different pairs and different elements which can be investigated. There are some basics for research, but there are also some practical problems, everyday practical problems related to those pairs. And one more thing, Cartesian product is somehow is not a commutative in general. So it is not. It's very important which is the first set and which is the second. But by the AI and by the education, from my opinion, they have the same impact to our life. So it is in this case a commutative operation. So we need to see on those pairs of parameters in this way. For example, here, as you see, left side, yes, are some parameters related to the education, modern education problems. But when we have some investigation, and we heard from you some new parameters, some new things which should be investigated, which should be we should talk about some new elements of the education environment. And on the other side, you see some elements from AI. For example, my research is usually related to soft computing and fuzzy things, but I will not talk about it today. But here we have, for example, a group of generative AI. We have some adaptive learning models and so on, and we can make some pairs, ordered pairs from those elements related to the education and related to the AI. But usually when we investigate something, we have a third dimension, but it's nothing else than the time. Now, it is not the time. Third dimension will be the set of generations or the timeline of generations, digital generations. We are now working on the first education step with the alpha generation, but beta generation is now born. So one point and one end point of my practice is nothing else than to teach people and teachers, which will be teachers for the beta generations. From other side, I am a teacher for the generation from, let me say, Z generation, or maybe alpha generation, which will be the engineers of the future. So the third part or the third element, third set of this Cartesian product will be this digital generation. And let me see some so-called ordering triplets related to the elements of basic parameters of education, basic parameters of AI, and generations. Some words about the generations. Of course, you know that, and it is very important that you can recognize those basic properties of the generation when you teach different generations in your career. For example, this Z generation was the generation which were familiar with the internet, smartphones, social media, the first era of social media, and they are very, very highly adaptive for digital learning environment. We saw it, for example, when we had COVID. So it was not a problem to organize everything for those students, for example. What about the alpha generation? Is the next generation? Why? Because they grow up in another age. It will be the age of artificial intelligence, smart devices, and somehow they are continuously connected with the general digital environment. And what about the beta generation? For them, AI will be the natural environment. So it will be the future, of course. So somehow we recognize the differences when we are talking about those generations. So the first, I cannot talk about all order triplets of the parameters, but some which are important for me, for my practice, for example, I will explain. For example, the first one is self-directed learning, generative AI, and maybe those two generations which are now active at the high schools and university world. 2 years ago, we had, with my PhD student, you did an investigation about how students use AI, why they use AI, which are the basic topics where they use, how often they use it, and so on. And we conclude that, for example, about if you look at the different types of the students and research field, they use with the same for the same problems, for use them for with the same frequency. So it was very, very similar. It was an investigation from Central Europe, not only Serbian, but also Hungarian and students from Slovakia and Romania. But it is now changed, I should say, and we will start with a new investigation and with a new questionnaire in the next academic year to compare results, because it's changed. So you can see it's somehow okay, somehow it's very sad. Why? Because it's very nice, because AI becomes part of our everyday life. It's okay. Maybe they use AI more seriously, maybe know more about the problems that can be happened. But it is also very sad that I ask my students, for example, at the teacher training faculty, how they use today, for example, AI, and they answered me, yes, I asked them everything, for example, about the weather, about the fashion, about the medicaments, about everything. So the previous, let's say, generation, in previous years, students were, of course, related to social networks. They had some connections with friends, with some special groups. But today, the best friend of my students is ChatGPT. Everything is asked from ChatGPT, and the answer is accepted. But of course, we have some more serious connections and more serious, let's say, further steps in the using of AI elements, and ChatGPT is very important for part of the artificial intelligence in the education. It is not my set of the solutions and of the using fields, but I agree with them. The only problem is for me that everything is changed. So they are not communicating anymore with the friends, they are communicating with the ChatGPT. The second order of triple is, of course, related to that. It is the critical thinking related to generative AI, and it is true for all generations, not only for the students, but also for us. What is the problem? The critical thinking, when you use generative AI, is very important. Why? Because as we know, systems use statistical patterns, some probabilities, learn some structures or recognize some structures, but we should know that we for the investigation, for the right answers, we need some scientific background, usually some official documentation, and some expert validation. So we don't have any, in any cases, those elements for right and acceptable answers from ChatGPT, for example. It is the problem. As we heard, the problem is, for example, that it can be, for example, and maybe you meet sometimes those problems that ChatGPT finds for you some not existing references, for example. if you make some research. Some incorrected formulas for mathematicians, it is very, very dangerous. Some citations which not exist, for example, they are not relevant, or some other irrelevant facts, and of course, it is somehow the hallucination, as we said, of AI. So students should be very critical, and we should teach students how to be critical with large language model. So how can we teach them? For example, teach them that it's needed to read peer-reviewed papers, primary sources, if we look at research knowledge, and of course, the verified data sets are very important. So, as I said, I am on different endpoints of the higher education teaching. For future teachers, it's also very important, sometimes because of the sources. For the engineers, it's very, very important to have, but also for the pedagogical research or knowledges, the data set. We have a lot of data sets on the internet, and the first step, what I teach my students, for example, how to use data sets, how to prepare data sets for research, how to prepare it for learning processes, machine learning processes, and so on. So it is very important. But first of all, the data set should be verified and really acceptable. So another problem is, and it will be basic of the third ordered triplet, let me say that generative AI sometimes has some special generated answer related to politics, social problems, cultural problems. So we should teach students, for example, from pedagogical field, that it's very, very dangerous. One more thing, and maybe you heard about so-called download spiral of the problems, because after some time, ChatGPT will create answers based mainly on their own or the own answers. So if they are incorrect, the next answer will be also incorrect. So it is not somehow a problem for solving for us, but it is also a problem which should be explained to the students when they are working with those type of things. The next triplet is social environment of education, ethical issues, and it is true for all generations. The main problems with the ethical, from ethical point of view, is, for example, today, for the universities, and some universities and some countries has law related to that, how to use and which are the boundaries of the using of ChatGPT or generative AI, for example. But in this period, when we have final diploma works at the universities, it is very important to see what we have related to plagiarism, what we have about the data protection, about the algorithmical thinking, and so on. So it is also important, very important triple, order triple from those parameters. And once more, why is it important? Because for all generations, we have the same problem. As the researchers, as the everyday users, as the students, it should be recognized by us. And maybe today it is the last one, but it is not the last, because as you see, you have lot of problems and lot of challenges related to those triples. It is how to teach, learn AI basics. For me, it is important for Z and Alpha generation, but for my students, it is also very important what will be the plan for the beta generation. First of all, we need to know what we teach. There are developers, or will be developers, or they will be users. It is a big difference between those two. And it's very important to begin with the teaching somehow, or presenting AI elements and on very low level of the education. Of course, not with machine learning mathematical backgrounds, but for example, for the early education, we need to present for children understanding their basics, some maybe some very simple systems that can be used and which are accessible for them, and some curiosity, for example, just to know that it's happened, it's okay, we know it. But in the secondary school, maybe we can start with some basic concepts, for example, to present machine learning principles, not mathematical basics of them, but machine learning principles. It's very important ethical implications of the using, and some contents and some elements which can be used in the future for the investigation and learning. And maybe some of them will be very important for the students on the labor market, because as you know, for example, in informatics, now the code construction is very easy based on AI. So somehow we need to learn and to prepare students for that. And of course, again, the critical thinking. At the higher education, you have it's very difficult and very different for different topics of the education. For example, for my students from teacher training faculty, they have for exam prepare some tasks from mathematics for the first till fourth grade, but using some dialogue. Start with some basic thing, and then to read with criticism the answer of AI, because usually it is not so correct. And the problem is how to construct, for example, textual tasks for children. From the other side, students from from technical faculty, they have to prepare a machine learning environment for solving some problem. But beginning from data preparing to use maybe 2 or 3 different machine learning methods and then compare results. So there is, as I said, 2 endpoints of the things, but AI can be used for all of all of those problems. Just you need to find the best task for your student. Interdisciplinarity is very important in the higher education when you teach something in AI environment, and as once more ethical and professional environment. I don't have more order a 3+, but I have some more problems and some more investigation, some more research related. For example, differential education is very important for the teachers from the first grade. So it is very important, and they can use some, for example, adaptive learning methods and models to organize this type of the education. Then we usually have students with special needs. It is not only dyscalculia, but it is, for example, I have a PhD student with hearing problems, and we connect the AI image recognition with her problematics and translating the sign language to our language, for example. And of course, we have usually in Hungary also, but also in north part of Serbia, socially and digitally disadvantaged groups of children who should be prepared for the future. So it is very important. And of course, lifelong learning, how to teach their AI and where to teach the AI. So it is also a question. And as I said, when we combine education, AI, and generations, at this moment, there are more challenges in questions that they are defined, and they have not certain answers, not yet. So we will be working on it, and thank you very much for your attention.
I will just ask for your patience for just 2 minutes, because I will ask Rita to come back with a little surprise for you.
So thank you, and let me ask to, or please watch the summary of our questionnaire. My new mate or my new colleagues will assist in presenting the result. Video has been generated from the response and the presenter's materials, please.
Platform provides a unified digital environment that brings together AI, online tools, and interactive technologies. It enables personalized learning, offers instant feedback, and supports students' thinking rather than simply delivering ready-made answers. The platform also fosters collaboration, interactive learning, and continuous progress tracking, while combining the strengths of AI and teachers. AI offers fast and flexible support, while teachers ensure guidance, credibility, and deeper expertise. Overall, it creates a flexible, secure, and learner-centered ecosystem that makes learning more effective and engaging. So last but not least, thank you for your kindly collaboration to help my way of thinking.
So thank you again. Once we understand the learning environment or this platform, it is also important to recognize that these new processes require new competencies and attitude. And as all the presenter has mentioned, we have to try follow challenges of new technology, but don't forget the teacher role won't be less important, but it will be different. And the last presenter talked about the knowledge of AI. I would like to remain of the danger as well, because there are a lot of non-verified content on the internet in the learning process. It means like a digital noise or digital trash. It means our students also use the AI and also use this digital noise as well. We know education require continuous adaptation. I know the teacher's role has changed in many times and in many ways as well. But we, with our little presentation, we want to try to add some engine for everybody to follow these challenges. And often we said there is nothing new under the sun. Allow me illustrate our present situation with a short animation. It is a well-known for the Hungarian people from the 70s years. Please.
Integrated learning.
The next one.
Én megmondom.
Elfelejtem ókor, nem tudhat még új magyarul ez az atomókor. Szeresse, hogy beszélhet így a vízszülékkel, a gondolat átvívő készülékkel.
Kapcsolatunk titkos is és misztikus, kicsit utopisztikus.
I think is very fitting for the speakers because they talked about the utopist relations. As we mentioned, nowadays it's time to adapt everything, time to adapt a new process and make the shift. It means, as you have seen on the screen, turn trans or kapcsolat. Thank you very much again.
Okay. So this is the end of the first part of the conference. Thank you very much for your patience. And thank you very much to our keynote speakers who honored us with their presence and with these very insightful presentations. Thank you. Let me just share with you a few information. Now you are invited to enjoy a light lunch on the first floor. Before that, those presenters who have not uploaded their presentations, please join the room where you are supposed to give your session or presentation, and please help us with uploading your presentation. Before the parallel sessions begin, as you could see, we have three different sessions. One, the English one, stays here, and you can join the other two Hungarian language sessions in other rooms. And before we start the parallel sessions after lunch, there'll be a very short closing ceremony at 1 p.m., during which our President Ferenc will officially close the Denis Gábor Memorial Year, so please join if you can. One more thing, on the ground floor, you are also welcome to visit our exciting hologram exhibition. So just grab a torch and have an adventure. And what can I say for the rest of the day? Saying what Rick has said, let's dream and act together today. Thank you. Hölgyeim és uraim, folytatjuk konferenciánkat egy kis rövid ceremóniával. A Gábor Dénes emlékév zárásaként, a tudományos konferenciahetünk zárásaként, illetve a multidéző holográfia kiállításunknak a zárásaként dr. Litz Ferenc elnök úr és professzor dr. Fülöp Zsolt, a Novofer Alapítvány kuratóriumának elnöke fogja pár szóban köszönteni őket, illetve lezárni ezt a sorozatot. Átadom a szót elnök úrnak.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, nagy szeretettel köszöntök én is mindenkit ebből a finizás alkalomból. Ugye, hogy itt előbb elhangzott, hogy most egy különleges pillanatban vagyunk. Az idő azt tudták mondani, hogy vonalban terjed, de most itt egy pontban mondhatni, azt összesűrűsödtek a dolgok, hiszen hogy a felvezetésben, hogy elhangzott, egyrészt a Gábor Dénes emlékévet mai nappal zárjuk. Persze még előttünk vannak a szekciók, tehát senki nem menjen el a beszéd után. A Gábor Dénes tudományos hetet is zárjuk, és egyben pedig a multidéző hologram kiállításnak is a zárására kerül sor. Ritka dolga a csillagoknak az ilyen együttállása, amikor egyszerre 3 ilyen jelentős esemény is van, és úgy gondolom, hogy ez arra is mindig az embernek alkalmat teremt, hogy ne csak egyes dolgokról, egyes eseményekről beszéljen, hanem egy kicsit fölfejtsük annak a logikáját is, hogy mi az, ami az egyetemet működteti, mi az, ahogyan mi gondolkodunk az egész egyetemről. A Gábor Dénes Nobel-díjas fizikusról beszélünk, aki ugye egyben büszkén viseljük azt, hogy ő a névadónk is, akkor soha nem lehet azt megkerülni, mindig elmondjuk, hogy a hologramnak a feltalálója. Bár a fizikusok számára az közismert, de bevallom nekem, az egy meglepetésszerű élmény volt. Kíváncsi lennék, hogy itt hányan hallottak róla, hogy mi az igazi nagy különbség a fotó és a hologram. Fényképet ugyanis, hogyha ollóval ketté vágjuk, 2 különböző képet kapunk. De hogy hologram lemezt földhöz vágjuk, széttörik, számtalan szilánkra hasad szét, de mégis minden egyes külön kis szilánkon megvan a teljes kép. A részben mindenhol ott van az egész, mert ugye a teljesség az oszthatatlan. Mi a Gábor Dénes Egyetemen ugyanezt a holografikus szemléletet próbáljuk vinni, mondhatni már évtizedek óta, így büszkén nézek rektor emeritánkra, ugye korábban elkezdte ezt a hagyományt, hogy minden egyes képzésünkben, minden egyes kutatásunkban, mondhatni azt, hogy minden egyes mikrotanúsítványunkban, illetve diplománkban ott van a névadónknak is, meg az egyetemnek is a DNS-e. Most, amikor a munkaerőpiacra koncentrálunk, és mindig azt mondjuk, hogy a munkaerőpiacon dőlnek el a dolgok, és az a legfontosabb, akkor nagyon fontos, hogy egy olyan folyamatosan megújuló és friss tudást adjunk, ami azonban mindemellett értékközpontú. Mert úgy gondolom, hogy nem lehetne jobban szolgálni Gábor Dénesnek az örökségét, mint hogyha tovább vinnénk mi is ezt a gondolatot, hogy a tudomány, a technológia akkor ér csak igazán valamit, hogyha az emberiségnek a javát szolgálja. Most egy ilyen finisszázson vagyunk. Korábbi életemben számtalan kiáltás megnyitására volt lehetőség, sőt, volt olyan, hogy egy héten 2-3 kiáltás is meg kellett nyitni. De mindig különösen izgalmas volt és érdekes a finisszázs. Hiszen, hogyha az ember egy kiáltást megnyit, akkor meg egy olyan nagy várakozással, kíváncsisággal lép be a teremben, hogy mi lehet a falakon, mi izgalmasat, mi újat fogok látni. Azon, amikor már ilyen finisszásról beszélünk, tehát záró kiállításról, akkor az ember már látta azokat az alkotásokat, látta azokat a műveket, és utána már csak azt ízlelgeti, hogy mi az, amit nekem ezt tudott mondani. Milyen gondolatokat, milyen érzéseket sugalt, miket adott át számomra. A multidéző hologram kiállítás Magyarországnak számtalan nagyvárosában megfordult már, és mindenhol nagy sikerrel, azt mondják a hírek. Ami az egy érdekes dolog, ha belegondolunk, hiszen most a mai világban, amikor itt a folyosón láthatni, hogy kétlábú, négylábú robotok ügetnek végig, és az ember mesterséges intelligenciával másodpercek alatt fotorealisztikus, elképesztő képeket tud csinálni, akkor mi van az, hogy mégis egy 20-30 éves anyag, egy hologram bevonzza az embereket, és hogy kíváncsiak rá. Jó, a témák is izgalmasak, remélem, hogy már sokan megnézték, tehát a magyar szentkorától kezdve különböző kis ékszerekig, totemekig, de ennél gondolom sokkal több. Hiszen, hogyha az ember a kezébe veszi azt a zseblámpát, hogy felfedezze ezeket az alkotásokat, és alulról, fölülről, oldalról világítja meg ezeket a képeket, akkor kézzel fogható egyfelől, másfelől viszont megfoghatatlan. Olyan, de költészet. A térnek és a fénynek a játéka, és az embernek talán a legmélyebb húrjait pendíti meg a kíváncsiságot, hogy mi lehet mögötte. Én köszönöm a Nobel Alapítványnak, személy szerint professzor Fülöp Zsolt elnök úrnak, illetve Jomrik Péternek, aki sajnos most nem tud itt lenni, egyéb elfoglaltsága miatt, hogy rendelkezésünkre bocsátották ezt egy hétig itt lehetett nálunk ez a kiállítás, és köszönöm az értékmegőrzést. Most az értékmegőrzésnél elsősorban nem arra a 10-12 kiállítási tárgyra gondolok, hanem arra az értékre, hogy egy tanúságtétel a csodás magyar elme mellett, aki a világnak a kihívásaira elképesztő válaszokat adott. Hát ha csak azt nézzük, hogy Gábor Dénes magával hologrammal megelőzte a korát, hiszen még éveknek, sőt évtizedeknek kell eltenni, még ténylegesen tudták hasznosítani, és fölállt mögötte az a technológia, amivel ezt lehetett későbbiekben művelni. Gregus Pál és társadalmak hagyatéka, ha jól emlékszem, 2-3 volt a Gregus Pál, a többi pedig az ő barátai, tehát ezeknek a hagyatéka, ez a hallgatóink számára is úgy gondolom példaadó volt most az elmúlt egy héten, hiszen látszott rajta, hogy a zsenialitás az nem egy kósza ötlet, egy javaslat vagy egy vakvéletlen, hanem igazán a szabad elmének a szárnyalása, de mögötte viszont rengeteg munka. És ez szerintem mindenképpen egy hasznos üzenet volt a mi fiataljaink számára. Gábor és tudományos hétben most túl vagyunk 3,5 napon, bár mondtam, előttünk vannak még a szekciók, és rengeteg izgalmas előadás, én is 3-4 már bevéstem a noteszembe, hogy mi az, amit mindenképp meg szeretnék nézni. De joggal tehetik fel a kérdést most így a vége felé, hogy mégis mi volt az, ami aha élmény nyújtott. Tehát amire tényleg az ember fölkapta a fejét, hogy hú, ez egy klassz dolog, ezt még nem hallottam, vagy ez egy új dolog. Nehéz ilyet mondani, tehát a délelőtti plenárisokban, meg délután is rengeteg olyan izgalmas témát hallgattunk, konkrét ötleteket, javaslatokat, de végig, ha kell mondani egy pár szót, számomra nagyon izgalmas volt az, hogy a mesterséges intelligencia egy maratoni futás. És bár most még nem állunk a legjobban benne, de van még időnk, hogy behozzuk, és az élbolyba beérkezzünk. Az is izgalmas volt számomra, amikor a kiberbiztonság kapcsán beszéltek arról, hogy a csalók a szocializációnak azt az ősi szabályait tanulják meg, és azt alkalmazzák rajtunk. És ha mi ezzel tisztában vagyunk, és átgondoljuk ezeket, akkor tényleg eredményesen tudunk védekezni ellenük. De roppant izgalmas volt számomra az is, hogy a drón és a képfelvételek hogy tudják követni nem egy embernek, egy önkormányzatnak a lélegzését egy adott területen, hogy terjednek, hogy alakul az iparszerkezet, hogy alakul a város, hogy alakul az ottani népesség. Vagy akár ma is roppant izgalmas volt a hibrid intelligencia a kérdése. Nem mindig csak abban gondolkozunk, hogy egyén és emmi, hanem a csoportban hogy lehet behozni, és hogy lehet a oktatásban kihasználni az erejét, és a csoport dinamikát ezzel ténylegesen növelni. De a témákat félretéve, a másik, ami nekem fontos volt, és hogy megmaradt bennem, az pedig egy érzés volt, hogy jó dolog az embernek kérdéseire választ kapni, amikor bemegyünk egy előadásra, a cím alapján körülbelül sejtjük, hogy miről lehet ott szó. Hála Istennek, abstraktok sokat segítettek ebben. De sokkal izgalmasabb szerintem, hogy az ember jó kérdéseket tegyen fel a megértő közönség előtt, és akkor ként utána szünetbe, hogy ezeket meg lehessen vitatni. Hiszen nagyon kis számtalan kutatásunk a korábbi konferenciánknak a tapasztalataira épült, illetve a kinti beszélgetésebből indult el. Ha mégis a legmeghatározóbb élményt kérdezik tőlem, akkor számomra az volt, úgy emlékszem, a második napon itt elől a 4 lábú robotnál, ugye ránk szóltak többször, kutyát nem szabad mondani, mert az sérti az etológusokat. Tehát a 4 lábú robotnál egy fiatal hallgatónk és egyik előadó beszélgetett egymással, és a hallgató hallhatóan érvelt. Ezt nagyon jót látni. Az látszott, hogy itt tényleg túlléptük már az oktatást. Nem csak a tankönyvből való oktatást, hanem a digitális oktatást is, akármennyire is modern állunk, hiszen ténylegesen 2 elme találkozott, és már 2 elme volt az, amelyik építette egymást. A harmadik, amit zárunk, az pedig a Gábor Dénes emlékév, amit ugye tavaly júniusban kezdtünk el. Fontosnak tartom mondani, hogy ez nem egy befejezés, ez csak egy fejezetnek a lezárása. Hiszen az elmúlt évben a stratégiánk mentén és a fokozatváltás a Gábor Dénes Egyetemen RF támogatásból rengeteg minden történt. Hogy csak 1-2 dolgot emeljek ki, amire különösen büszkék vagyunk, a Gábor Dénes Egyetemen a mesterséges intelligencia tudásközpont, vagy mondhatnám a különböző tudástranszfereket is, amik elindultak. A mi jövünk például, amit 65 000-en néztek meg, és 56 000 embernek adtunk már ki mikrotanúsítványt, hogy a mesterséges intelligencia alapot megismertessük vele, hogy hatékonyabbak legyenek. De mondhatnám a TudássThe podcastünket, amiből szintén már számtalan lezajlott, és jövő héten pont Keleti Artúrral lesz a következő beszélgetésünk. Vagy mondhatnám a Fintech galériát, ahol a különböző pénzügyi szakemberek mutatták be a legújabb újdonságokat, vagy azt, hogy teljesen megújult az eszközparkunk. Tegnapi napon Berke professzor részletesen elmutatta azt, hogy milyen gépek, szoftverek mik érkeztek, de ugye ez magában ez halott dolog, ami izgalmas inkább, hogy mit építettünk rá. Tehát a Gazdinfónak elindult a fintech specializáció, és elindultak azok a digitech menedzser képzésünk, ahol pont ezt a high-tech technikát tanítjuk meg az embereknek. De most a délután után vége mindennek, és hónaptól már új konferenciák indulnak. Azt szokták mondani, a fény elhajlik, az algoritmusok frissülnek, a szenzorok újabb adatokat hoznak, hát sok minden változik. Ami viszont örök, hogy a Gábor Dénes Egyetemet, és megint visszautalnék elődöknek a nyomdokaira, továbbiakban is szeretnénk partnerekkel, önökkel együtt építeni, és mi diktálni a jövőt. És végül befejezésül, hogyha már a hologram kiáltásról beszéltünk, engedjék meg, hogy mondjak még egy dolgot, hogy kérném, hogy ne felejtsenek el, hogy amikor a világot felfedezik, ne felejtsék el, hogy mindig arra kell menni, amelyre a zseblámpának a fénye irányul. Ha megnézik a kiáltást, majd tudják, hogy miért mondtam. Köszönöm a figyelmet.
Köszönjük, elnök úr! Most megkérem professzor Fülöp Zsolt urat, hogy egy pár gondolatban ő is mondja el pár szóban ő is mondja el a gondolatait.
Köszönöm szépen, és köszönöm a meghívást a Novofer alapítvány nevében. Rögtön egy kis magyarázkodással kell kezdenem, hogy mi is az a Novofer alapítvány. Nos, a Novofer alapítványnak a fő missziója, a fő tevékenysége Gábor Dénes emlékének ápolása, és a Gábor Dénessel kapcsolatos dolgoknak a méltatása. Innentől kezdve már nem is olyan véletlen, hogy miért vagyok itt, hiszen a Gábor Dénes Egyetemmel való együttműködés, ez egy természetes együttműködés, és nagy örömmel tettük azt, hogy ezt a holográfia kiállítást idehoztuk. Jó tudni arról, hogy ez a holográfia kiállítás, ez Gregus Pál, ahogy hallottuk, Gregus Pál professzor hagyatéka, de mégis alapjában véve a Gábor Dénesnek a munkásságát dicsőíti, ugyanis, ugye, mint mindenki tudja, a holográfiát Gábor Dénes dalálta ki. De mint ahogy hallottuk, azért ez nem egy olyan egyszerű dolog, az a hatalmas ugrás, amit Gábor Dénes talált ki, hogy a holográfiához igazából egy koherens fényforrás szükséges, ami annak idején nem is létezett. De Gábor Dénes képes volt arra, hogy azt mondja, hogy nem érdekes, hogy ez nincs, majd lesz egyszer valamikor, vagy felfedezi valaki, ugorjunk egyet. Ha lenne ilyen, mire tudnánk használni. És ez a holográfiának a lényege, és ez Gábor Dénes mottójának is a lényege, találjuk fel a jövőt. Tehát úgy találjuk fel a jövőt, ami még nincs, lehet, hogy majd lesz valami, de már azt, ami még nincs, azt mire tudjuk később használni. Ez egy borzasztó érdekes gondolatmenet Gábor Dénes részéről, és mindenki egy kicsit gondoljon bele, hogy mekkora gondolati ugrás kell ahhoz, hogy ez egy Nobel-díjat érjen. Hogyha a kiállítást megnézi, még délután a kávészünetben meg lehet nézni, a kiállítás érdekessége az, hogy ugye manapság nagy divat az interaktív kiállítás, valamihez hozzá kell nyúlni, akkor mozog. Itt nem mozog semmi, de mégis interaktív a kiállítás, mert ha csak megállunk a képek előtt, akkor sok esetben nem is látunk semmit. Ahhoz, hogy valaki lásson valamit, ehhez ezt a többször emlegetett legendás zseblámpákat kell használni, és mindenki saját maga tudja eldönteni, hogy mennyire ügyes, mit tud kihozni majd azokból a képekből, van, akinek jobban sikerül, van, akinek nem. Tehát igazából ez egy olyan kiállítás, ahol az interaktivitást maguk a nézők fogják behozni, és a kiállítás színvonala is attól függ, hogy a nézők azok mit tudnak letenni az asztalra. Tehát, hogyha valaki még nem nézte meg, akkor javaslom, mert ez egy élvezetes tevékenység ezekkel a zseblámpákkal dolgozni. Itt szeretném megköszönni a Debreceni Agora élményközpontnak, akikkel közösen találtuk ki ezt a módszert és ezt a kiállítást, és az Agora élményközponttal közösen az országban ezt egy mobil kiállítássá tettük, és különböző városokban ezt a kiállítást létrehoztuk, és megnézték a kollégák. Ami még nagyon fontos Gábor Dénes szellemiségével kapcsolatban, hogy nem állt meg a hagyományos mérnöki és fizikai dolgoknál, hanem a római klub egyik alapító tagjaként már a 70-es években tovább gondolta azt, hogy milyen jövő vár ránk, és sajnos elég jól megjósolta ezt a jövőt, hogy mi vár ránk a természeti forrásoknak a végességét, azt a sok problémát, amivel mi szembesülünk, azt a római klub már elég jól behatárolta már a 70-es években. És erre is gondoljunk, hogy nem elég valamit feltalálni, hanem a találmányoknak az életútját és a hosszú távú hatását is érdemes követni. Tehát Gábor Dénesnek ilyen értelemben a tevékenysége az borzasztó szerteágazó, de egy nagy tanulság is számunkra, hogy ki lehet indulni a fizikusi mérnöki tevékenységből, ebben nagyon sikeresnek lehet lenni, de tovább is lehet ezt gondolni. A Gábor Dénes emlékévnek az egyik fő munkája, ami az alapítvány szempontjából, hogy újra ki tudtuk adni 2 kötetben Gábor Dénesnek a munkásságát, ezt itt be is szeretném mutatni, az egyik kötetet, és a kötetnek a címe, ugye, az egyiknek Találjuk fel a jövőt, a másik pedig az érett társadalom. Tehát az, hogy Gábor Dénes feltalálta a jövőt, de utána társadalmi dolgokkal is tudott foglalkozni, azt hiszem ez mindannyiunk számára egy kihívás, de mindannyiunk számára is egy tanulság, hogy egy tudósnak hogyan kell viszonyulni a világhoz. Köszönöm szépen, és amint mondtam, a mai nap még a kiállítás az működőképes, és akit érdekel, megnézheti, ha kedvet kapott hozzá. Köszönöm szépen.
Köszönöm szépen, akkor most mindenki, aki nem az angol szekcióba szeretne maradni, akkor köszönjük szépen a részvételt. További jó munkát kívánok. And in 2 minutes we'll continue with the English session presentations. I would like to ask Lucy Brinzova to prepare for her presentation. Okay, so let me introduce Lucy Brindova from the Czech Republic, and the title of her presentation is Assessing Computational Thinking in Schools. Is it even possible to test the mind?
Okay, hello everyone. I'm glad this is working for me actually, because I was afraid a little bit that I won't be visible behind this counter. So my name is Lucy Brindova, and I will tell you very shortly something about my research. This research will have two parts. The first part is about my research, which is already done, which was formerly my PhD dissertation research, and then the following research that concerns with informational computational thinking in elementary schools. Now, before the planetary sessions, we had many nice presentations about future, about AI, and so on. And this presentation is going to bring you down to earth, I would say, because it concerns mostly with our educational system, something which is already working or not working, and how we are maybe once going to implement AI and AI literacy into our curriculum. But currently, this is legally unforeseen for us in Central Europe. So the first thing I would like to introduce you is what actually computational thinking is, because I see many of my students actually, and they know what computational thinking is because they are my students. However, many people here probably doesn't know what it is. So very shortly, very often when we are talking about computational thinking, we speak about possibility to think about something like a computer scientist, about solving a problem in a computing way or in a way that uses computational method and skills like loops and automatization, and use someone else or something else to solve our problems. For example, if I'm going to be very specific, let's say you are a student, you are a Gen Z student. If you are older, you will just right now imagine you are very young, you have many things to do in your life, and none of them are school. You have very huge issue in your life, and that issue is that every day from Monday to Friday, you have to attend a class, online class. That's the worst thing that can happen to you in case this class is in, let's say, 8 a.m. No one wants to be working at 8 a.m., especially if you are very young, you have better things to do. So you are thinking, okay, how can I make my life simpler? What is my issue? Is my issue the fact I have to attend a class every day on my computer at 8 a.m. or is my issue actually I have to just start the computer and put on the call in Teams? And you are thinking, okay, I can actually probably make this much simpler for me. So you do some Googling, some research, or maybe you just ask AI and ask it, okay, listen, I don't want to wake up every morning. What can I do? And I will probably tell you, you have to wake up. What else I can do for you? However, maybe you will find out there is something like batch files or something, and then this whole process can be automatic. So you will set up your computer to start at 8 a.m. to log in to Teams, to answer the call, and then the computer will attend the class for you. And now, successfully, you just use computational thinking. This is what it is. This is the type of thinking that makes your life simpler, but you also use computer or some computing technology to ease your life. You don't have to necessarily be able to program or compute or be computer scientist at all. You have to just be able to use things that which are available to you as a modern person. And that's what computational thinking is. Computational thinking was suggested over 15 years ago, and in 2011 it was recommended by European Commission to put in national curriculums of European Union. In Czech Republic, this revision, which included computational thinking, happened in 2021, and it was applied in schools in 2023, which is not so long ago. I will just briefly go back because I just skipped some slides. Computational thinking as such usually consists of three pillars or domains. First one is algorithmic thinking, then of abstractions and decompositions, and third pillar or dimension is syntax or coding. Every state in the whole world has its own definition of computational thinking. There is not one definition that would be consistent, except the one it's something that makes you think like computer scientist. There are some more specific tasks and skills which you should be able to use when you are using each part of computational thinking, which was something I was working with when constructing my measurement tool, which allows us to measure development of computational thinking within students of 5th grade in elementary schools. My aim back then when I started my research wasn't actually motivated by curricular revision of Czech Republic. I was thinking just about measuring the general computational thinking within students. The reason why I concerned myself with 5th grade was because in 6th grade in the Czech Republic, children can choose whether they will continue their elementary school or if they will join lower secondary schools. So in 5th grade, they are still the children, all children in the whole population together. And if you are testing something computer related and you want to test the whole population, the best thing is to test the 5th graders. Just for context, these are children around 11 years old. Now, this is actually the measuring tool already. So I decided back then in 2020, and the first implementation of the test was 2023, to make 12 tasks which would measure each different computational thinking dimension or pillar with the students. You can see here the measurement tool, how I developed the wall test, that I actually used some expert filtration of the tasks and so on, because before then there wasn't development of computational thinking in schools. That happened after 2023. Now, when I tested some students, a specific batch of students, I developed I statistically verified the engine, and therefore I developed a statistically standardized test of computational thinking for Czech Republic. Now, this part is important. From the population that was tested in my country, we found out that the test was sufficient because most of the students were able to fulfill the test as it should be. We actually made a scale that helped us to determine whether the student, a specific student, is very good in computational thinking or excellent, which would be the upper percentile, of about 80% of the population and more than the average student, which is not a problem. Most of students are average. It's a percentile. We are aiming always to make the percentilized test some way where the most of the students would be actually somewhere in the middle on the scale. So most of the students were sufficient or good, and then some lower number of students, which would be bottom 7%, would actually have insufficient computational thinking skills. Now, computational thinking is a way of thinking. You can't grade thinking. So even though those students could be seen as insufficient, they are not actually insufficient as for failing some classes, you know? It means they just need to more focus on computing. That means they can have some struggles with programming or using AI and similar skills. So we need to focus on them more. That was the state up to 2023, and that was my dissertation research. Now, what is important, this is the 2023 state where there were no significant gender dependencies, which basically means the test is correct. And most of the students had an average score of 6.87 and median score of 7. And I had 741 respondents for this, which is not much, but it's sufficient for us in Czech Republic as for making an average population scale, because we are a small country. Now, what is important is the research we are currently doing, and that's not only my research, there is more people in it. While I was making this research in 2023, I got connected to a specific teacher that wanted to experiment with the students and with the application of the curriculum reform in Czech Republic. We have tested his students every year since 2023. So the first students which were tested in 2023, they had no prior development of computational thinking in school. Then the revision happened, and following years, the students already had some development of computational thinking in school, because the revision started teaching students to use programming skills and so on from 4th grade. So one year before I'm actually testing them. So in 2023, that's where we are testing the students who have never had any development officially of computational thinking. Almost 10% of students, or 9.63, failed the test or weren't sufficiently developed as to in terms of computational thinking. Now, after 3 years, in 2026, and we were testing them every year each. Now the number got smaller, and the failure rate is right now 0.27%. The teacher stayed the same. The tools stayed the same. We were monitoring experimentally what he was using for tools, for some toys the students use, robotic toys for development during the class and so on. Everything stayed the same. However, the computational thinking of students apparently raised by 10%, at least with the students which were at the insufficient rate. Now, this is just how sufficient the general students were, where you again can see almost 10% city in Greece, yes. Now, we are reaching the end of the presentation. I just wanted to say, what does it mean for future? Because it's related to AI again. AI is right now very modern and very crucial topic even in the European Union. We are actually working with inclusion of AI literacy into schools, and that also includes the computational thinking skills and its development, because it was proved not by me, it's a different research, that validated CT skills have an impact on AI literacy. And also, based on this research, European Commission framework recognize computational thinking as one of the stepping stones of the AI literacy. They are actually planning to run their own assessment of AI literacy, which will be in 2029 during the PISA assessment readiness. Now, what I am planning actually is expanding this research to another V4 countries, which means I am going to run the assessment test for the computational thinking between students in not just Czech Republic, but Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary. Right now, the Hungarian version of my research is already translated, and we are going to distribute the test, the measuring tool, to Hungarian schools by the end of this year. Now, this is all from me. If you want to contact me or just look at the sources, there is QR code for my research. It's just my research gate. And if you are interested in our PhD students' research, because they asked me to give you their research, there is some questionnaire or something, then there is their, also it's related to AI, there is their QR code. Okay.
Actually, we haven't talked about the procedure, how usually the presentations are. All the presenters will see a time code here, so congratulations, Lucy, you could stick to your time. And usually we'll have one or two very quick questions, okay? So if you have any questions to Lucy, please feel free to ask. Just, use the microphone.
Do you run this test only for the 5th grade?
Come back.
Because it's standardized for the 5th grade, I need students which are from 10 to 12 years.
Any more questions? Maybe, yes, you can check the QR codes later or contact us and we can contact you too, Lucy. Thank you very much. Wait. So we'll go on. I would like to invite our very precious guest who traveled from Indonesia to us, Asmi Rusmanayanti. Is it good, Asmi? Yes. Building digital competence for the future of learning. Insights from pre-service and in-service EFL teachers in Indonesia. The stage is yours.
Yes, it is too high for me. Yes, thank you so much. I hope it is audible. So nice to see all of you here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Asmi Rusmanayanti. A little bit different for you, maybe, the way I'm getting and so on. So I would like to share, based on my research and also part of my PhD dissertation. So the title will be related with building digital competence for the future of learning. It is insight from pre-service teachers and in-service teachers. Well, a little bit about Indonesia. Indonesia is in Southeast Asia, and it is the the fourth country after China and so on for the most populated one, and we have around 1,211 languages in Indonesia. So we have so many languages, and we use Indonesian language. So now teaching English for foreign language is also another challenge for us, because we have so many languages as well. And we have more than 17,000 islands. And the 5 biggest one is Sumatra. I think it was familiar with tsunami long time ago. And then also in Java, we have the center, Jakarta is the capital city. And then maybe you are familiar with Bali. It is very famous tourism places. It is also part of Indonesia, because most I met people, they just only know Bali, but they don't know Indonesia. So Bali, it is part of Indonesia, and we have Sulawesi in Irian. Okay, so let's go back to the slide, and I have, okay, thank you for the time. Okay, so let's talk about digitalization. It has significant transform of English language teaching and learning, which is also included in Indonesia. So after the COVID-19, so it seems globally the school system has changed. So we have mostly online, and it also influenced with the teaching and learning process. So at this content, sorry, then let me, yeah, yes. So in this context, digital competence become very important, and it is not only about technical skills, but also about pedagogical, communicative, evaluative, and ethical abilities using technology effectively. So it's also, this study also grounded on the TPEC framework. So technology, pedagogy, and content knowledge. So which explain the integration of technology, pedagogy, and content knowledge in teaching practices, and in this term is related with EFL, English for foreign language. Okay, so most of the research so far, especially in Indonesia, yes, they're talking about TPEC, yes, they're talking about ICT, yes, they're talking about digital in general, but it has separation things. So mostly just focus only on the pre-service teachers only, or only for the in-service teachers only, or it didn't combine yet. So that's why I try to combine the insight from the pre-service and in-service teachers. So here the previous studies also related with the self-persistent competence and technological readiness. However, let's continue. Here's some of the research problem, that what digital tools are commonly used by the pre-service and in-service teachers, and then how do the patterns of digital tools use different between the pre-service and in-service teachers, and also the view of the TPD, teachers professional development. It has sometimes different. Sometimes they use the teacher professional development, but at some terms they also use professional teachers development. So it depends on which reference do you use, or which research do you use, because these two terms just appears most of the research. Okay. Next. Okay, so this is descriptive qualitative research, because it is just some part of the dissertation, and then the participants were 125 for the pre-service teachers and 125 for in-service teachers. For the pre-service teachers, it has been selected. So for those who are already at least at the 5th or the 6th semester, because they already have learned about the pedagogical and also have practice, so that's why it is they have the pre-service teachers criteria. Okay, so and the instruments at this part we focus for the open-ended questionnaires and the analysis related with the frequency of distribution and percentage and thematic interpretation. So most of the participants, I think in Indonesian demographically, most are female. and that and most of them also under the age of 20 for this time of the participants, and continue, and most of the in-service teacher also female. So because I think it is related with the numbers of the people in Indonesia. And then for the in-service teachers, I also include about the length of their experiences in teaching. So from those teachers, the in-service and pre-service teachers, then we can find out that the pre-service teachers actively use some apps such as Quizlet, Duolingo, Canva, Kahoot, and then Google Classroom, WhatsApp, Zoom, and TED Talks. TED Talks because since they are focusing on the English for foreign language, so it is a very big sources for all of the teachers and also to influence the students to explore more about many topics that they can find. And in TED Talks, usually they can explain a little bit more about special topic. And their digital practices were mainly exploratory and self-development oriented. This is the focus of the pre-service teachers. So they want to improve their vocabulary much, and then focusing on strengthen language competence, explore creative teaching materials, and experiments with digital instructional design. And for the key finding, for the pre-service teachers, so as mentioned earlier, so focusing to explore and self-development, it is a little bit challenges for us. Yes, at some part, for instance, in Bali, there are so many tourists coming, so they have a chance to explore, to use more English. But for myself, my experience with the teachers and also the students, it's quite difficult to find foreigners to come to our island. For instance, it is in Kalimantan, and so when they see the foreigners, they have eagerness to try their English, but sometimes it's also related with the psychology, feeling shy, feeling nervous, and so on. And it is this kind of experiences is quite difficult for us to have in our islands. But if it is at certain area in Bali, in Java, they are more, I think, more explored with the so many people coming. So it is quite maybe more fluent in English usage in for the students there. Okay. Then how about the in-service teachers? For the in-service teachers, yes, they also use the digitals or ICT for the teaching process now, and also if it is related with the TPAC, but it's quite different with the pre-service teachers focus. For the digital tool usage among the in-service teachers, it is because at that time it just only mentioning and gave some option related with them. They also use Google Classroom, Moodle, and then Quiver, Kahoot. I think it is related with this, and WhatsApp, and Google Meet. Compared to the pre-service teachers, their use of technology was more structured because it is related with the curriculum. It is related with the syllabus, and all of the teachers in service teacher must follow the certain format of the curriculum in Indonesia. And at that time, related with the COVID, since from the COVID, we have a special curriculum only focus used at the COVID time, and then a little bit after the COVID time as well, then it changed a little bit as well again. So the technology was mainly used related with the classroom management, and then related with the assessment, of course, and then the curriculum alignment, communication with students. So that's why it is WhatsApp is very familiar with us. It is also very interesting. What I from my experience in Hungary, I'm also studying at ELTE. So here, most of the communication, besides using Teams, we also use messengers here. And in Indonesia, the students mostly not quite familiar with messengers anymore because they thought it is already for what is it kind of now they are more with WhatsApp or Instagram, something like that. So it's also something unique for us, for me, I think, because it's an experience. And then about the communication and instructional efficiency. At a certain university, since we are talking about pre-service teachers, so they also have the teams, but it usually depends on the university how they build the LSM for that university. For my university at Lampung Mangkurat University, we have e-learning as well. It is called e-learning, but it's different with teams as in here. Okay. So it is the okay. I think it is a little bit problem with the slide. I'm so terribly sorry for this. So it is a comparative patterns between the pre-service and in-service teacher. So for the pre-service teachers, basically it's related with the staff development and then learning the system, organizing assignment, engagements, and creative exploration, and then peer collaborative group and developmental experiments. But for the in-service teachers, they are focusing on the classroom management, more focusing on the classroom management, and then assessment, of course, for the in-service teacher, and management and efficiency. That's the main focus of the in-service teacher. So this comparison suggests that digital competence develops progressively across the teacher professional continuum. So both groups, from those teachers, so it can be concluded that both groups express strong needs for teachers' professional development, a little bit different, but still both of them need about, more trainings about digital literacy, and then about learning application. And for the pre-service teacher, especially this one is related with the pedagogy and classroom management and instructional media creation. And for the teachers, they no longer want training that only focus on technical skills. What they need is integrated professional development that combines pedagogy, technology, assessment, and reflective teaching practices. But the problem is, I don't know in Hungary, but in Indonesia, the curriculum changed quite rapidly, especially if related with the government changes, and then it's also changes with the curriculum. In here, I think it's a little bit stable, even though I don't know, it is only my opinion as an outsider. So you still continue the program previously, but in my country, it seems if it is the leader changed and then the minister changed, then they come up with a new idea, even though the previous ideas, the previous curriculum is better and still in progress. Since in Indonesia, as mentioned earlier, it has 17,000 islands and not all the islands covered already. It is, for instance, explained very well in Jakarta as a capital city, but to other small islands, it needs a lot of time, and then suddenly the curriculum is changing again, and it is confusing so much for the teachers and also for the pre-service teachers. So which curriculum we should follow, and then that's why, since it is technology, can grasp so quickly, it is very, opportunity that internet have for the pre-service teachers to learn. So that's why they have savvy technology. Oh, I have. Okay, let's finish. So in conclusion, so this already the conclusion. So the digital technology now plays an essential role, not on, I think it is globally, it's also including in Indonesia, and all subjects, including EFL, teaching and learning. Both pre-service and in-service teachers actively use digital tools, but it is different, different point of view sometimes, because the in-service teachers also, if it is related with the length of their experiences in teaching, then it might be different. for instance, most of the cases of the teachers, if it is a little bit ageist, they said that they afraid of using the technology. Then these psychology things, so instead of using that one, just focus on the pedagogical ways, even though still conventional, but it's touching with the students. But the free service teacher, no, it should be changed. So try to use more technology. So that's why usually the free service teacher, they have time to go to school and can, interact with the in-service teacher, especially with the most experienced teacher. The free service teacher can get knowledge about how to manage students. But the in-service teacher can get more benefits as well about how to use the technology nowadays. Yes, I think that's all. That's the conclusion, that both of the free service and in-service teachers actively need use of the digital tools. And in Indonesia, I think there are a lot of challenges, especially the distribution of the technology. Some of the islands are very high technology part, especially in Java, but in other islands still struggling. Yes, I think you some references. Sorry, it is part of the, and then that's all. Thank you. I'm grateful to learn with you, and I look forward to future conversation. Thank you so much. Oh, stay. All right.
So let me share just with you that we were very lucky that we could visit ASME's university with the management this year. And it was really visit this part of Indonesia because it's really worth, and the people were really very nice. And as I come from teacher training, maybe I would take the chance to ask a question. But if the students have any questions, you are welcome as well. Because some people who are not in teacher training might have problems with definition, who we mean by pre-service and in-service. And maybe, so pre-service is the trainees who are to become teachers one day, and in-service are teachers who are actually practicing the work. And I just had a thought that no wonder they need management skills, because those who are in service, they know it very well that they need help with management of the classroom. Yes. Thank you very much, Asmi. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for
and
everyone.
Thank you for traveling so much, such a great distance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I invite to the stage Peter Gyarmati, professor. And if I may share, there was some misunderstanding. So Peter will present his presentation in English, but the slide will be in Hungarian. So yes, this is how we agreed. Thank you very much. The stage is yours.
Kézbe vehetem? So, this would be me, who welcome to you to hear my presentation. First of all, I would like to tell you that some time ago, the Hungarian Academy started a quarrel about the scientific language. It took nearly 1 year. Then at the end became a motto for that. The thing is that the communication language, I mean the scientific, is the English. But the thinking is the mother language. It's very important. So it is why it is Hungarian. It is not true, but it looks good. I tell you that I wrote that in Hungarian, and then I tried to translate it with more than one large language thing. Then I found it is terrible. unusable. So I decided to remain in this Hungarian one. First of all, I have to tell you, if we speak about artificial intelligence, it is always, the question is why. Especially why if it is about the school and about our job. This is some point about that. The first of all, there are so many scientific disciplines are changed and change every day. It is just a few examples. What is that? The first is, for example, it was the non-Euclidean mathematics. And then the qubits, of course, everybody knows. The relativity, the fission and fusion of the nuclei, and about us as well, the network. We don't speak enough about the networks, but everything is in the network. The first is we are sitting here and we have a kind of network. It would be interesting to work out about what is our interconnection and why, of course. So this is why my first point. The second point is the question of the ratio of the science and the techniques. I think it is always a quarrel in every school, in the small, in the middle school, in the high school. I don't like to use the high school as the university because in the States, quite naturally, our middle school is called the high school. It is because it is an aim. The most of the people has the aim to finish the high school, not the university, the middle school for us. So this is why they call that high school. So we speak about all school because we have always quarrel about what we make learn. The easier to do is the techniques, to make learn the techniques, especially in the university. But the science which is behind the same techniques, it is much easier to make learn. So this was the second. The third one is the digital age. Everywhere, all over the world, and everywhere, in every place, we use something digital. So everybody understands that, which is what we understand for this. So this is the third point, which makes the education to change. So then, what to do? There are much more things, scientific, technical things to make learn. How can we do that? To make more time. For example, one day is 24 hours. Let's get 28. Then we win 4 hours. If we could do that, we would do, I think. But there are some other ways. Another way is the so-called is the STEM. And the question of the difference of generation. We hear something about just today also that it is the different generation are born and living in different age. Now then, I live in the, let's say, the manual age, where was the most of the industrial thing was manufacturing. So now it is robotized, nearly fully robotized. So then we shall return back to this STEM solution, which is divide the people, the learner, divide, and then we could make more knowledge for the specific thing. Just learn, just know about in the university. When I was at the university, we had 2 sections only there. Now we have 50 or more. Now then, and the fifth thing is what to do is back to the high school, middle school. So we understood that. Why is because the younger people can receive more and more knowledge easier and much easier. Which is the age the best for that? I don't know exactly. I think nobody knows. Maybe it is different. But we know earlier is better for that. So that means we introduce these divisions in the middle school already. So this is the idea. This is why we speak about the things at all. This is just a very shortly. I'll show you that this is the digital age. Shows that everything is modified or revolutionized even, so that it means that we have to think something different, and the artificial intelligence is only a point that maybe a very small. I wish I tried to show you this. A very short introduction about that. I'm sure everybody knows these people. These people, which consist of the computer science, they consist of the artificial intelligence. Robert Wiener, just to remember the name. John von Neumann, Alan Turing, and these 2 people maybe less know them. This is McCulloch and Pitts. One of them is a surgeon and the other is a mathematics. The neuron model, the model which is based now the artificial intelligence, is originated from them. They published it more than 80 years ago. So this is not a new thing. No. Let's say just a few words about what is the difference between the human and the artificial intelligence. Which is the place where the human intelligence sits. It's called the brain, of course. The brain has this about 10 milliard of that, or 100 milliard. It depends on the science, the side of the science which they work on. If they think it is more important, then it is 100 milliard. Then if it's less, then it is 10 milliard. So what about the artificial intelligence? It looks like that. If we integrate them, it is rather than this one. Compare that. There is something different in between. If there is different, then we have to use that as a different thing. We are not going to be machine intelligence, and the machine intelligence will not be human intelligence, because this one. There is another difference. I told you here, 100 million piece of them in one brain. 100 million. So then if we try to find out how many is now from the artificial one. The number of data centers all over the world is about 11,000. Each of them has about 10 million computer unit, processing unit. Then put them together, and it is again 100 million. So then the whole data centers all over the world is only one man brain. Maybe not true, but it is a very interesting thing for think. Now, and what is the base of that? Again, the neuro model. What we rather know is in a scientific way like this. So one of the neuron is this round things, and they consist of a network, a neural network, and can be controlled from here. This is the input, this is the output. You can imagine that if we change this delta things, then we can make it learn. How? We have no time for that, of course, but just imagine that it is there. So this is the just one word about that. No, I will go to the next one. These are some algorithms to find out how to make learn the machine. The much more important thing, what I would like to tell you, this is that when we born and we create a new machine, and it is layered, there is nothing inside. Then we have to fill them up. How to fill them up? A man. It is a kid, a children. And we need for that about 20 years to make him learn, make him or her learn to fit into the society. Because the only aim really is that everybody must fit into a society. If it is a little one, or if it is only a man and woman, then they have to learn how to do that, and how to fit inside that. The base of that, this one. We have 100 million of them, of such them. What about the machine? The machine is also, there is nothing inside that when we produce a machine. We have to fill that up, load it, how we call that. We need for that some microprograms, not Microsoft microprograms. We need algorithms, we need programs, we need the so-called apps, applications. And everything what we do that, it is a job for the man. Don't forget that both has to fill up is a job for the man. The machine not fill up themselves up automatically. Maybe it will, because already in the 50 years, that's about 70 years ago or more, John von Neumann showed that a machine can be able to compromise themselves. So it is possible dolog theoretically. Now then, turn back to that. What we do that, we use already so many algorithms. And then I once, last year I tried to my earlier colleagues in the Stanford University to tell them, let's count up how many algorithms we use, even for the Python language or any other languages. They give up after 10 million. So then it means that you just say a word and the artificial intelligence will make you a program for that. The problem is, never forget it, it is only a probability. It contains probability, first of all. The second, if it is like a Turing machine, there is no any proof about if it a Turing machine will finish. So then it may be endless. So any algorithm can be endless, scientifically, of course. In the real time, it is really, there is such. Then, if our computer stops, we switch that off and switch that on, and we continue to work. This is one of the cases of the endless programming. So the question then, if we do that, this machine, so many machines, then the question is how fast will be, how many cost, and what is the worth of that. So I just show you a few data. In last year before, there was about 11,000 data centers, what we call the cloud value. So that it costs in energy 415 terawatt hour and many water, because this amount of energy will be you have to put into some to water, of course. Now then, and in 2024, the whole cost of that is cost $257 million. In Americanish is $1 billion. From that is the US is the 80%. What that means that without Russia and China all over the world, the US interested. So it is a business, the biggest business of the world, as far as I know. And just compare that, the Hungary 45 terawatt hour, the energy used for a whole year for everything. So then 10 times or 9 times more, the artificial intelligence used. If it says something to GPT, for example, then do you think anybody think about that? How many energy would cost that to make that answer? And it is worthwhile then? That's a question. Just show you some pictures. Okay. Just show you some pictures about this Google server about 5 years ago. We took live. This is inside, this is outside. These are the water heating, and behind that the energy center. The picture is from above. these are the corridors where the electric roller, they really travel. Another picture there. And 5 years ago, it looks a one processor, when there was 10 million inside there. It looked like that. It is so I finished that. What our job is, without continue anything, is just to help the Z generation. But they are grown up already. Just think about 22 of April. People are saying that the Judgment Day. That's the whole number of 3.5 million people. 80% is the Z generation. So the youngsters changed and decided to control now this Hungary, the whole country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this inspiring presentation, especially choosing a different angle to approach the topic. And now I would like to ask, I don't know whether Veronika Csilla Terechka is here. Are you ready for your presentation? Because we had a a late call that somebody could not come. Would you like this one?
Okay. Good. Thank you. So, hello everyone. My name is Veronika, and today I would like to talk about teacher burnout and its connection with teacher engagement, which is actually a very interesting topic, but a very under-researched one. And so, first of all, let me explain why this topic matters so much now. Because of the rapid digital transformation and AI integration are shaping the EFL education now, Hungarian secondary school teachers face increasing not only cognitive and emotional, but also technological demands. And also it's true that digitalization has intensified workload, and now teachers have to deal with pressure, with the adaptation, and also it can cause a problem with role complexity too. And just a few words about teacher burnout, because I don't know if you're all very familiar with this concept, but in psychology, it was defined as being fatigued at work, and mostly not because of physical demands, but emotional demands. And that's why job burnout was defined as a result of emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and personal accomplishment, or the decrease in personal accomplishment. So just quickly, emotional exhaustion is the tiredness developing from work problems, issues, and usually it's because teachers try to cope with all the emotional demands, but somehow they can't, or they are unable to do so. And depersonalization means when teachers adopt a cold and detached attitude towards others, mainly students and also their colleagues. And the personal accomplishment means the collection of feelings connected with their own work, teaching work, which can be altered in a negative way during burnout. So they start to develop negative feelings about their teaching or effectiveness. There can be several consequences of teacher burnout, emotional, psychological, and also physical consequences. And also because burned out teacher who's experiencing emotional exhaustion cannot motivate as much as a person who's engaged or inspired. They will become a little bit less interactive, less creative, less enthusiastic, and ultimately it can also affect not only their lives or teaching, but also the students. And the other concept I wanted to talk about is teacher engagement. It is currently a very under-researched area, but very, very important one. And when we talk about teachers, we talk about this multidimensional conceptualization, which involves cognitive, physical, emotional, and social aspects. I will talk a little bit about that a little bit later in a second. But it is important in the digital world, the digital teaching environment, because it requires continuous adaptation and technological resilience from the teachers. And also because these AI tools are not so well used or resourced now at schools, secondary schools, they can be both support and challenge at the same time. And it can also affect their engagement in long term. So this conceptualization involves cognitive physical, which means the extent to which teachers are willing to devote energy, effort, and work into their, for example, preparation or also the teaching, classroom teaching. Emotional means teachers' positive feelings, attitudes towards their own tasks or jobs. And the social aspect was later divided into two because the social aspect refers to connections with students as well as colleagues, for example, and leaders. And another interesting connection in here, because burnout and engagement were thought to be opposite concepts, but later some research found that it might not be true. So it can happen that some teachers can stay engaged, for example, can be committed to their students while experiencing burnout. And actually that's why I decided to frame my study around this complex relationship that I would like to talk about. The aims of my study was to find out how burnout can affect these different dimensions. For example, the cognitive, physical, emotional, and the social aspects. And also how digitally changing educational contexts can shape these experiences. And in the end, I think the most interesting and the most important part would be how teachers can re-engage themselves after experiencing burnout, because not too many people started to talk about this, but this is one of the most important parts of a burnout study, for example. My participants were Hungarian school teachers teaching English as a foreign language from both urban and rural areas. And the interviews were mostly online, but I also had some in-person interviews. And let's look at some key findings. Not surprisingly, increased administrative and technological demands intensified exhaustion, which means that teachers had to continuously adopt digital tools. For example, during the pandemic, teachers had to switch overnight online, and they didn't get sufficient help for that. And that could affect their cognitive engagement a lot. This mentioned online teaching or hybrid teaching could also change the teacher-student dynamics, because teachers couldn't have such close relationship with their students. If we talk about online teaching, for example, they were not able to see their students on the screen because most of the students just didn't want to turn their cameras on, and they couldn't have this close relationship. And therefore, teachers also reported emotional instability, continuous frustration, and also reduced motivation or demotivation, ultimately. But interestingly, there were some teachers who mentioned that they could maintain a committed relationship to their students, and in the end, that was the one which helped them through the day. And just a few words about my research findings again, because I tried to separate these effects based on this multidimensional conceptualization. So the cognitive physical engagement changes manifested in reduced lesson planning energy. So teachers started to devote less and less energy and time into preparation, for example. And when they got to the classroom, they just couldn't concentrate anymore. So they had difficulties with focus as well. In the emotional aspect, they started to lose enthusiasm, and also they started to develop negative feelings towards their own work, and they started to feel like whatever they were doing in the classroom wasn't useful anymore. And in the social engagement part, as I mentioned before, it could change the relationship between students and teachers as it happened, and also teachers started to experience some kind of isolation from their colleagues. An interesting part would be the strategies that teachers try to adopt after experiencing burnout or while they were experiencing burnout. And one of them was professional development, especially if it involved digital upskilling. Because now they might be able to use these digital or AI tools a little bit better than before, and they can feel a little bit more confident, therefore a little bit more inspired, and then they could get their engagement back. And another technique that they mentioned was positive student feedback and the relationship that they could build after burnout with their students. And it is also important to mention that especially after burnout, but before burnout as well, it would be important to improve the work-life balance and to set boundaries and to learn sometimes say no to tasks. And the last technique that was mentioned by teachers was new professional roles. For example, one of the teachers decided to be a principal, and then he got extra tasks, and now it sounds like overload, but actually it helped him to get back after burnout. So now he's teaching and also managing the school, and it's really useful for the school as well because he was on the other side before. So he could help the teachers a lot. And I would like to share some implications for future learning. First of all, it's really, really important that educational innovation should consider teacher well-being as well. So it's not enough that AI tools or digital tools are there or present in schools, but it would be also important to provide a sufficient help and support for teachers, mostly from the institution, principals, or also colleagues, or through workshops or other kinds of trainings. And having said that, AI integration should reduce and not intensify this teacher overload. From my study, it could be seen also that teacher engagement is a very, very important, essential part in order to create a sustainable educational system or educational environment. And therefore, I believe it would be very useful if burnout prevention was part or would become part of educational policy and teacher training as well. Because I had a few teacher participants who were just in their first or second year of teaching, and they were already experiencing burnout. And they didn't get any help, and they didn't know how to get over it. Thank you very much for having me today.
Veronica, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, do you have any questions? Thank you, Virag. I can always rely on you.
Do you mean myself? So if I wanted to do... No, there isn't. But that would be great help. But I actually think that the most important part or most interesting part would be the engagement and re-engagement part, because you couldn't see that, sadly, because I didn't have time to show you, but different aspects of engagement could be affected differently during burnout. And I think based on that, there could be some re-engagement techniques which could work for different people. So whatever works for me might not work for you. So that's why it might be an interesting next step, maybe.
I think thank you very much for this really thought-provoking presentation. I think it's a very current issue. I've just read some articles that in the United States, over 40% of teachers are considered to go through burnout or showing symptoms of depression, and actually the number is rising in Hungary as well, which is very sad. And as a woman and as a teacher, it was a very good point and made me think when you said that though they are going through burnout, they keep working, they keep the good relationship with the students. And actually this is a very threatening psychological phenomenon because they cannot get out, they cannot cure themselves from this burnout. So it should be assigned to help these teachers, let alone just let teachers go on a leave for a year without financial punishment. So this would be my comment. Thank you very much. And before the coffee break, I would like to ask my very nice colleague, Virag Vasas, to present her speech, Breaking the Silent Coder Stereotype, Information Synthesis and Professional Visibility Through Elevator Pitches in ICT Education. The stage is yours.
Okay, so the first one is a confession. I'm part of the silent programmer as well. Let's refer to the Professor Gyarmati's presentation that 15 years ago we had the problem of Industry 4.0, which required coders and programmers to have automation for everything. For now, as we have the Industry 5.0, we have different requirements. And okay, so I'm Virag Vasas, and here I'm as a teacher of this university. And my hobby is to produce students because I have my own ICT company as well. So I would like to have good people to work for me. We have this legend, this myth that the silent programmer, and the main sentence or proverb was that the code speaks for itself. But the reality is that nowadays it's not enough anymore. So we need to have something special. We need to sell ourselves. We need to sell what we know. We need to show what we know, because if we don't sell it, if we are not able to show what we know, it does not exist anymore. Okay, and if you see, this is the point that we have originally at the university and the secondary school. We provide hard skills. And if we, then we have some students at the final year and they would like to find a job. The main problem is that they are not able to sell their knowledge, or other problem that their knowledge is not up to date. But let's consider that the real case is that in our university, the teachers are not only teachers, that most of them works in the ICT market. So this is that the case that the knowledge is not up to date is no more problem for here. But still the problem is that if they are not able to go to an employer and showing that this is my knowledge, this is who I am, then they will not get the employment. So then this is the problem we face, but still we face something else as well. When we want to push the students to move forward, to avoid this gap, then they don't want to get it. They don't want to deal with this problem. They really leave the problem that, okay, this is my code, these are the data, this is like my shield. So we need to have some tools to let them communicate. And this is that they hide in behind the data and their product and their artifacts. It's not new one. We already have the improvement. You see that this is more than 30 years ago, this theory that the IT people try to hide behind the codes. Then we have, from last year, 1 year ago, we introduced a new program. The first point is not really new, that we work in ICT based on the project. So we have some tests. In the normal way, I have six different curriculum that we speak about the theory. Then we have some task, some practical task, and then from this task, step by step, we create a project. What we introduced from last September, that at the end of the project, in every curriculum, they need to create a short elevator pitch video. Why we did this one? Why we haven't asked them to have the presentation to stay here and show what they know? Do you have any idea? Okay, then I should answer. This is the way why we requested them to have an asynchronous video that they need to record themselves. We asked them to watch the video, and then they can send to us only if they are happy with the results. Which means that we requested them to have some internal critique, to check them. In many cases, they refine their work. This was not the main theory. But what happened? So we requested 1 year ago to create elevator pitch videos for every subject. Then we studied for 2 semesters, so we have 1 year material, and I analyzed my videos. I watched manually or visually 2,500 videos. The reason why I haven't used AI, that this is quite news.
I have some prompts to check them, but still to study and to learn from is better if I watch it manually and I give them formulative assessment. Because this is the way, if I request them to please send me a video, then they send a video, perhaps they check themselves, but still it's not the same if they check themselves. They have some internal feedback, plus I have some professional feedback from the professional point of view, because we have some criteria regarding to the videos. The main criteria that they needed to speak about the project. Then the last point was that they needed to mention or describe whether they are able to use this knowledge in their real life. And if the answer is no, it's acceptable as well. So this is what we requested, not only creating a video, but still to synthesize the information, what they collected during the project. Still, you can imagine that they were not really happy. I remember that I received the first weeks something like 300 emails by day that they are not happy. I wasn't happy at all. But still, it was normal because this was the planned teaching method. So we had some past experience or past theory, what we were able to study, like the further and brand, that the resistance is natural when they face some news. Then, after some weeks passed, and it changed. I'm going to show you what happened during the whole year. When we received the first videos, so the first one was, for me, 107,000. It was the good month to watch all of them. So what happened, because it was quite new for them, what happened that 82% of the whole videos were done in a rush. Okay, let's do it. Nothing special. I say something, nobody will check it. It's not important. Then 18% was the second group was like me, the one who is going to prepare for everything. So they wrote a script, they prepared, and then they read continuously without stopping, with one breath. And then my favorites are the three ones, the rebellions. They studied and they read the description, the requirements regarding to videos, and tried to find how to be a troll. For example, it was written that you needed to be visible, your face, your upper body, and so on. And nobody told, not your face, your upper body should be visible, but nobody said that your face. So some mask, some from behind. So these were the three ones, my favorite ones, because they are the ones who push me to improve myself and the description. So what we have found during this 1 year, the beginning, September was in denial. Oh, I don't need to do this one. And then in November, oh, December is ready. The final date is ready. I'm in panic. What do I need to do? Then the bargaining. Are you sure that I need? Perhaps it's only the presentation. And then in the second semester, we had the turning point. Then they realized it's like, you know, this is a Kubler-Ross curve. So they realized that this is a must. So, and from May 2026, I received the next dose, and I need to tell you that I was really happy. You see, it's totally different result. 11% was the spontaneous. Those ones who are really happy to speak during the lessons. They did it, they were good. They spontaneous like an actor. 46% was really prepared, written script and so on. But among this one, I realized that 80% of this well-prepared created the script by AI. And if you consider this one, how are we able to decide whether everything was created by AI, that we were able to watch the eyes, the movement, if they don't have any mimics and the eyes is really rigid, it means that they are not, this is the lack of the cognitive understanding. And then we have, it's really high, if almost I consider this high, the 43% was really understood what they did. And now today we have two of them here. At the end of the presentation, you can raise some questions if you want, to have some other viewpoint as well. So these 43% exceed our request. They prepare the presentation. They provide analytical background. They created a video and the presentation visible. They did some video editing and so on. So excellent. So why we do this one? What do we want? And why we need this one? So if you consider this is not a short decision that let's try something else, we find that this should be a long way, because if you consider that there is a student for 3 years and for every subject they need to create a video, which means that they need to create almost 60 videos and they are going to receive assessment. So they have possibility to improve the communication skill. What we would like to have, that not to have this high encoder, this rookie, but to have somebody who is really has the knowledge, understand what they studied, and is able to present what they studied. Because they will be our future leaders. And there is one more point we need to mention regarding these videos, that we have the AI. And it's, we don't consider AI as the enemy, but still, because most of the students and myself as well, sometimes we use for synthesize and summarize the information. And if somebody using AI for every time, he will or she will be lack of the information synthesization. So let's again, there we have some pop theory from the past that 15 years ago, Sparrow and his fellow mates considered that outsourcing information processes degraded mental abilities. For example, if you consider that, do you remember the phone numbers? No more, because you don't need to remember. Do you have some problem when you need to calculate, you need to multiply number? Yes, sometimes, because we don't need to use them. And then we have one more study 3 years ago that AI synthesized data instantly with 0 human effort, which means that if you do not use your cognitive mental muscles, you will lose it. Okay, so the summaries that we are using, we have different learning materials. So we have the offline lessons, we have online materials, we have summary videos, we have the project exercises to do. So we use many different materials in order to provide information. Then we have these elevator pitch videos, and then we assess and evaluate the videos, and we give feedback. And then it's all lost.
The last is David Donald Schoen, who says to us and said, you see, it's 40 years ago, or more than 40 years ago, that we need, so they know what they practice. To use the AI to summarize the information, it's not a practice. So we need to create an environment where they practice what we provide to study. So our pitch video is not an assessment tool. It's not something what we use to bother the students. It's a tool to create a learning environment. And then I would like to invite two of my favorite girls. And thank you very much. And it's time for the questions, if you have. You see, the ICT is not only for men. And she is Noemi, and she is Anita. And we are the women.
So if nobody else, then I will. Which part did you find the most difficult or challenging when you had to prepare a pitch?
Well, for me personally, I talk a lot, and I really just wander around about the project like for a really, really long time. And for me, this short period of time that you have to kind of put every detail and information into, especially if you are working on like a huge project which has like so many aspects, and like for me it was really hard, and sometimes I was recording the videos for 1.5, maybe 2 hours, because it was either like 3, 4, 5 minutes, and I was always just like running out of the time, and I really had to kind of get used to this little period that I had to always keep. But now I think I am way better, so I think my recording time just reduced itself to like half an hour, maybe. So yeah, so I think it was a challenge.
I just wanted to ask Virag that, do you think that everybody was so constructive on instructors' side to evaluate and to spend time with so many videos?
I don't know, because I spent most of my time with correcting and checking with the videos. So it's a long time. And I think this is due to the fact that this is not only my task to check the videos, that I have project to check and a lot of theory to read.
Thank you very much. I think it was a very good example on finding new approaches to assessment and evaluation. Thank you very much for your work, and thank you for coming. Thank you. And now we'll have a short break, okay? If 20-ish minutes is fine for you. And we have some more coffee just to survive the rest of the time. And let me introduce my colleague who has had some troubles to arrive, but Tomáš is my helper, and last year we had this session together. So, yeah, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
And actually, you can explain your students. Okay, Tomáš doesn't know what I want. Actually, Tomáš has brought his students to this conference, so I'm really happy you are here, guys. Thank you. Vagy még várj. Most jön. Thank you. So thank you very much for coming back, and we'll go on with, I don't know how to define the next presenter because he's doing so many things and so advanced things. So next one is Gergely Kovács, and the title of his presentation, Teaching Beyond Reality, AI Avatars, Virtual Campuses, and the Next Generation of Education. So please welcome Gergely.
I'm sorry, I don't want to stay here, but it's very important because of the camera. Otherwise, I can talk with you. It's a very more familiar way, but it looks like I'm a higher level, but no, I'm similar like you. So nice to meet you. My name is Gergely Kovács. This Hungarian pronunciation, like a Czech and Slovakian, it's very different. So that's the reason why if you have any question later on, my name is Gary. Okay, so it's most easier that L and Y together. So just some words about my CV. Yes, I'm a lecturer, and also I am teaching in the virtuality. I'm in the e-learning. We use this kind of technology, but I'm also a chairman in the NATO, and I'm a researcher there. So we are looking for the future education part in the military. So this is my expertise, and this is my background. And as I mentioned before, I would like to a little bit involve you. So my first question is, how many of you tried the VR, the virtuality? All of you, I hope. Great. So, and what is your expertise in the VR? So what did you do there? Just playing on the game, or have you ever built any metaverse platform or something like this? Good. This is my third slide, I guess. Let's just see. Because, you know, my first of all, I can share all of my knowledge about what we do in the virtual reality and how we can use a meta campus and so on. But first of all, I guess, mostly if you are a student, you have to understand the background and why we are here. So this is the one very important part. In the next generation, what they think about the teaching and the lessons. So could you imagine if the Beat Saber is very boring to you, or the metaverse is very boring to metaverse, right? It's fun, I know. All of the students here, every time when we hold some metaverse lesson, they ask me immediately, can we play in the Beat Saber together or something? So I understand that. But otherwise, could you imagine that if the lecturer position, if you imagine yourself in that kind of place, and you have to use till our days the PPT. If you compare that with the Meta Campus and also the PPT, so usually, normally in the university use a PPT or the PDF, and we say that e-learning, but it's stupidity. It's a normal thing, just only on the screen. So that's the reason why, if you think about why we are here and what we need to do something, this one is very important. The next generation use the GPT, so you are use the GPT or everything. So in the other side, we would like to figure out how can we do some exam without the GPT and how can we check your knowledge. But there is impossible mission, of course. You have a lot of trick how you can use any LLM models during the exam or so on. So this is a background in the robotics and the VR and so on. And the next things, this is just a normal expectation what the teacher needs to know if you if you need to stay here. I mean, the new generation of LLM models and AI and of course your subject, I mean the history, you need to know everything about that, plus the digital stories. So how can we do this? And the next generation, I don't know how many hours you use your phone daily, 2 or 3, 3 or 4, I guess. This is average now, 3 or 4. And you can imagine that if we invite any students like you came here in the morning, right? So you sitting here more than 8 hours. How boring is that? A lot of very big bananas say something to you and wanted to convince you this is the future or so on. But I guess the students and the next generation is no better than us. So this is the huge question: how we can do something here And as you see in the university, for example, the Harvard and MIT and the biggest one in the world, what they did in the last 5 or 10 years, they radically changed the teaching methodology. I guess there was some kind of presentation about the micro curriculum and so on. So what they use now, they have, maybe this is not the exact number, 20,000 students in 10 years ago or 12 years ago, and now 6 million. 6 million. So the question is, if you would like to build a future university, and if you would like to involve 6 million people, or let's just be more pessimist, just 10,000 or 20,000, how many teachers we need? How many classrooms we need? We couldn't do this. So that's the reason why we have to use the technology. And now in the next few minutes, I have 20 minutes, I would like to introduce you how we use this, the future of teaching methodology, and how, but honestly, we don't understand these things. Like when you would like to do something with your Tesla and you have only the one hammer, but we have to try to do something with this kind of technologies to understand it and involve it and change radically in the future teaching methodology. So the first important things, have you used the vibe coding? Do you have any experience? No. What? Vibe coder. How many vibe coder here? I saw you don't know what is a vibe coder. So vibe coding, I will tell you. So the vibe coding means, and it's 100% you will meet this kind of definition in the future. It's a very simple, low code, no code. It means everything, if you would like to, I don't know, develop a 3D curriculum in the future, you don't need to know any Python or syntax language or whatever, just only English or the Czech or something like this. So this is a vibe coding. When you have, as a teacher, you have one thoughts about, I don't know, the future of historic teaching, and you just write it or just speech with your computer, and they develop your curriculum. It's a very fast way. So that's the reason why, because this kind of technology is here, we can see the light end of the tunnel. So how can we teach something for the teachers? Because in the last 5 years, I tried to teach a lot of future lecturers or teachers, but it's very hard to parallel with, for example, the historic subject, teach them to coding. Why? So that is impossible mission. So that's the reason why coding is very important. When you go to front end, and as a teacher, you don't need to know anything about the background and the computer languages. Try this one. It's free. No. Grab your phone, scan the QR code, and try at your home. You know, the uni, every time we give us some homework, so this is the first homework to you. I mean, just do something in that platform. There's a lot of fun, the vibe coding platform, but the lovable one is free for the limited token, I guess. But if you see here, you just type here what you want without any, like a normal prompting in the ChatGPT or LLM models, and just prompt here what you want, and you can develop any application without any coding knowledge. So if you type something, you can build your, I don't know, e-learning platform with language teaching or the historical teaching or biology or chemics or whatever. So try this one, and also you can develop. It's a very fast way, just 30 minutes, 60 minutes to develop your e-learning platform on the website or the application. So just try it. And that's the reason why it's a very good key and the magic for the future teachers without the coding knowledge to build any curriculum in the Meta platform. And also, it looks like it's very far away from our subject, but the digital twin, this is the background of the future teaching, the digital twin. What does that mean? It means if you can replace the real world very easy way and very fast way, you have a key to do something in that platform. So what's happened in the last 5 years? The three-dimensional modeling, that was the base. The three-dimensional modeling is not a trick. So on your phone, work as if you use a photogrammetry or scanner, you can scan everything what you want in 3 dimensions. Have you ever tried that? Okay, good. So some of you just try that. So you can scan it, and if you export the file in GLB form, you can put in the metaversum. It's a very easy way. So for example, the teacher who is wanted to teach something from the past, just scanning in the one sculpture, and you can put that in your meta campus, for example. So it's a very easy to do this now. And this is 2 application. Just try that. Have you ever tried the Google? It's a normal one in your browser. Just use the Google and type your tiger, hedgehog, or whatever you want, and you can project it that in mixed reality in front of you. And this is also interactive animation. So we just recorded that on Monday. And that was a Scaniverse, which is a very good application to scan something. Okay, so this is some basic things. And based on that, it's very easy for the future teachers, and that was one of my colleagues just developed that in the Heli lesson. And that was, 60 minutes. To scanning the hangars, put all of the curriculum there, and now it's a full virtual reality curriculum, and it's for free. So it's very easy to develop this one. If you would like to involve, and you understand why I say that bottleneck, how you can involve your students. Because if you have PDF or PPT, it's not very easy. But if you say to your students, okay, this is a VR, and you can check your curriculum in the virtual reality, in the 3D model and 3D, it's more interesting. Not competitor of the Beat Saber, but it's better than the PDF or the book. So and that's the reason why this is some kind of way how we can think about the 3D model or the 3D environment can help for us for the teaching and involve the future students. And this is the next level when we develop any avatar. Have you ever developed any avatars? Okay, later on there will be a link for free. And this is a free platform, and you can develop your own teacher avatars. And you can give some prompt to the teacher avatars, and they can teach what you want. So you will see that later on. So this is my avatar from, it's more than 4 years old. I started that avatar. He started avatar careers 4 years ago in the uni, but now this is my brand new avatars. It's so many times you see that in avatars is not blinking like the normal one, so it looks like a suicide killer, but otherwise it works. It's perfectly can substitute me during the lesson. I mean the base in the base themes and topics. And do you know how we in the future? The first question for the future teachers. Okay, what will be the future? We lost our job, and what will happen there? So the answer is not. Because your time, your 1 hour, is very, very expensive and very valuable. And what's happened with your 8 hours in the classroom? You just lose your time every day because you hold the boring lessons, and the students really hate that, and they wanted to beat sabering in them headset at home. So what is the future? Your avatar hold the boring lesson part, I mean the repeatable things, and also because the adaptive teaching is the future. Later on I will show you how we can divide and how we can build a different kind of curriculum for each of person. And based on that, your students, your future students, when you meet with your first hour, your students know this kind of 30% of base knowledge. So your time, when you hold up face-to-face 1 hour, it can be more valuable than the 30 students sitting in front of you and you just hold a PPT or PDF or whatever. So that's the reason why it's very important. So the future teachers can hold 8 hours a day for the face-to-face lesson. This is the Oxford tutorial theory, which means you're sitting there and your student can book 20 minutes with you, and you can help to them to manage the bottlenecks and the interesting things, not the boring one. So that's the reason why we use that. So let's see in some kind of numbers and some research for Gábor Dénes, what we do this and how we understand this kind of technology and what we learn in the last 1 year. Because we have some research and we have tested that. So first of all, this is the most known XR platform, and you see that it's really crap fun. And the question is every time, okay, looks like a very low-level graphics design, and also is a very crap one if you compare with some games. But it's we say that it's SST, Simple Smart Tech platforms. And if you compare that, the SST one with the Pro version, and we tested that on 500 person who just use these two different kind of platforms. I mean the Pro version, which is a very expensive. How many of you use the Vario XR4? This kind of headset is 25,000 euros. 25,000 euros. And this headset. And the other one, the Oculus like this, is less than 1,000 euros. So if we compare the user answer, what they feel that during the lesson, 86% of the users say that is the same as like a Pro version. So you don't need to worry about that. The graphics design and the low-level movement, like somebody's broken his arm or legs or something like that. So this is the first lesson, what we learn when we have tested that. So this is our Meta Campus in Gábor-Dénes. This is a digital twin of what you see in the corridor. And also you can see here in some of the lessons, this is she's Kata's avatar there, and teaching, I don't know, 11 or 12 students in the metaversum. So this is some kind of methodology, and we started to learn how we can use this kind of e-learning platform, metaverse platform. And you can see here in how you can use the mixed reality avatar teacher. So you can ask him, and also it's not a question. They can hold a normal 45 minutes lesson, but if you say that stop it, it's very boring. You can make a conversation with him, and you can ask the important parts of the curriculum if it's boring. So it's better than the normal teacher who just staying here and say 45 minutes, not the stupidity, but the curriculum. Okay? Yeah, this is some example from the Gábor-Dénes. And this is a very important number. So if you compare that, the students use the book and the student use this kind of approach, it's more efficient than the book version, which means not everywhere, it's not a question. So there's a huge matrix in our research, and we would like to understand where we can use it and where we not use it. The VR, it's not a question, so it's not the pills of all of the illness. But this is our research results, how good this kind of equipment in some way. And this one is adaptivity is very important. So if you just see the classic teaching methodology, there is no any chance to hold an adaptive curriculum for your students. There is no any chance, because you have to hold the 45 minutes for the 20 students or the 40 or maybe 100. So you couldn't select the best or the most crap student, for example. So you have to hold the normal lesson. So this kind of technology is ready to use the adaptive learning platform. And this one also very interesting. What do you think about how we can use and how we can use the avatars if you're teaching in a V-learning? So one way is use your avatar for BIA in the Meta Campus. And the second one, substitute the teacher or the teacher avatars. And we have two more possibilities. What is that? So the body, we say that ghost version. The ghost version is your copy and your digital twin. So if you learning in the school, we record all of your data, telemetry and biometry during the lesson. So we understand your capabilities, and we make a digital twin of you. And this name is ghost. So this ghost can trigger you during the lesson to be better or help to you to support you during the lesson. So and why is very important that? Because if the task is very easy, or if the exam is very easy, everybody wants you to prove the other avatars, even if this is ghost or just a body. We say that body if your classmate is there, of course, like avatar. And if it's easy, you would like to show that to your partners or your classmate. But it's the exam or the task is very hard. You would like to do this alone with your ghost, because sometimes it's embarrassing when you fall down. So that's why this kind of technologies also help to you to not go to the exam alone And there is no any chance to be you can sit in the embarrassing situation. So this is also very, very good for this kind of technology. And there is some kind of other research if we do the teamwork, and so many times it's not. We couldn't do that if you use the normal e-learning platform, and we have only 1,000 kilometers for the other ones, your classmates. So if you use this one as a teamwork and use this technology, is a very efficient way, and the avatar change. So many times when the students are sitting here, and we can change the avatar, so you can be the teacher, and you have to hold the lesson. You have to hold, I don't know, just a presentation for the other students. And this swap the avatars is also trigger you to know better this kind of subject. And this is come from the gaming. We use that is AI-based analysis, which means during the lesson and during your work or teamwork or whatever, we can use, for example, it's very easy, just HRV recorder or EEG recorder. And what you do there, we just recorded all of your reaction. And just some example how we can record that. But this is a key. When we make some exam period in the university, I'm sure it's a full waste of time. So that's 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks. It's a stupid thing. We're just burning the teacher time and also the student time. What we can do to change this kind of methodology, if during the lesson and during the training, we can record all of your reaction, we can understand your level of knowledge without any exam. So I don't need any proof you know it or not know it, because if you use your watch and we can see your HRV, and also we can see what you do and full of the telemetry, we really understand what's happened in your head and what is your real knowledge. So let's just see just some example. And this is some kind of test. And you can see here in just a normal test, you have to choose the best answer. So there's a question and a free kind of answer. And you have to push the button if you know the real answer. And what you can see here, there was 25 different kind of questions. And reaction time, it's very important. If you push the button immediately or a very fast way and it's correct, it means you know the answer. And if you push the wrong button or you missed it, it's also it's maybe your knowledge is not very stable. And you understand, if you talk about the adaptive learning, the AI system can concentrate on your wrong answer, and the next minute, immediately, in the next minute, because you couldn't see this kind of test. Just when you talk with the avatar, you can say something, and you just ask you, okay, just push the sum button for answer. And immediately, after 2 minutes or 3 minutes, the curriculum change based on your answer. So what you can see here, the students pushed this is a questions period, and that was the sign of no questions, just some fact. And if the student is not very stable, how can I say? Yeah, maybe it's a good explanation. So you don't need to push any button here, any answer. But this is just a conversation. So a little bit, you have to change your approach. We don't use a survey during the test. Just a conversation with the AI avatar. And that was not a question. But if you don't know the background and the material, so many times the students give some answer. But it means they don't understand the topic. So that was some fact. And if you know the curriculum, you don't say anything. That was the real question. And the student give a very fast way the good answer. Good answer again. That was a wrong answer. Good, good, good. What you can see here, that was no question, question and good answer, wrong answer. And you can see here, somewhere missed the student the answer. But this is the pattern. This is the pattern of the students who don't know anything about the background. So you can see here, say some stupid things. And after here, just let out everything. So say stupid things for the avatars. So these guys got a full curriculum in the next time, and I have to be really. So this is the final part of my presentation. Scan this one too. I just built to you how the V-learning works, and also I put here in the sum game. This is also 5 minutes to develop the Pac-Man with the fact and the words. It's 5 minutes. So you can develop your own Pac-Man if you want, for free, undoubtable. But there is a lot of vibe coding platform. So this is what you can, and how we use the V-learning in the future. This is some kind of free e-learning lesson to you. Just use this one. And also contains the future, how you can build a future V-learning uni platform. Yeah, and this is, and also the Space Invader, one of my favorite ones. So this is also 5 minutes. Just develop this kind of game. 5 minutes with this kind of plant. And this is your turn. Use this one. If you don't use it, just try it and build your first classroom, please. Spatial.io, okay? This is the first one, spatial.io. Later on, I guess we can share this presentation with you, and you don't need to record these things. And this is the Canva AI, where you can build your first teacher avatar. So teach your first teacher avatar, and just use it how we can use in the future teacher. Thank you very much. And if you have any question, I will be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I have a question. I really enjoy this approach to evaluation and assessment. How do you make sure that the student is behind the person who passes the exam? Because this is an eternal issue.
It's very easy. And who is in the back? Because it's most easier to use the headset. So if you grab the remote controller, and also you wear the headset, your micro movement in the remote control is yours. Yeah, it's identified you, so you couldn't cheat it. So if I say to you, okay, just hold your 2 remote controller and wear the headset, and with your movement of your eyes and also your head movement and the pattern of your micro movement with the remote controller, you couldn't cheat. We realized that also. And if you have some kind of body camera in the room, and maybe you know that the skeleton scanning, we use that in the military. 86% of your skeleton movement is your personal one. So even if you use some blanket or something, I can say that this is you without any face recognition and so on.
Thank you. So this is our future. Okay. I have to take Gergő away for a short time, and I will pass on the duty to my colleague, Tomas. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce the next presentation, Attila Wendt and Linguistic Characteristic of AI-generated and human-produced texts. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So, nice to meet you. So my name is Attila Wendt, and I am a text analyst, so a linguist. And this presentation is going to be about analyzing human and also AI-produced texts from a linguistic perspective. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to talk about some literature review about the previous studies on AI use in mainly focusing on applied linguistics, and then I'm going to talk about this preliminary study, which, I mean, the main purpose was to how teachers or educators can identify AI-produced text and how can they differentiate between AI-produced and human-produced text. So the initiative basically was that I mean, at the moment, universities are more lenient in connection with AI usage. So basically, students can use AI for writing their thesis, but obviously there are different levels. So students can use it for generating ideas, for finding sources, but for writing the actual thesis is not possible at the moment at, for example, at ELTE University. However, universities have different regulations in connection with AI usage. So the main aim of this study, that was conducted 2 years ago, that how teachers can identify AI-produced text. Okay, so obviously the early 2020s saw a kind of a boom in AI, like AI chatbots powered by large language models. So I'm pretty sure that you are familiar with all of these possibilities. In this study, I used the ChatGPT, which was one of the main AI chatbots, one of the most popular ones. In the field of applied linguistics, there are two major strands in connection with research. So one strand is concerned with ethical concerns. So is it ethical to use AI for writing, for example, research papers, writing theses, dissertations, or actually using for research? And the other main strand is that how we can use AI for teaching. And in this case, we're going to focus on only for chatbots. Okay. So one of the earliest study which was published in the field of applied linguistics was done by Kazel and Kessler, and they actually focused on whether university professors can identify and can differentiate between AI-written or student-written text. And in this study, the task was for this university professor is that they were given abstracts and they had to differentiate AI and human-produced abstracts. And actually, the problem was that they were not that good at, so the detection of the use of AI was only 40%, around 40%. So basically meaning that it's really difficult for humans to differentiate between AI-generated text and human text. The other major trend is in connection with the applications of AI. There are many different or diverse fields where AI can be used, but in the field of applied linguistics, there are two major strands focusing on. One of them is focusing on how can teachers used for essay scoring. So basically when students submit their essays and how we can use, for example, Google Gemini to score these essays. And these studies actually show that it's really promising, so they can score really well. Obviously, there's a question of ethical usage again. So students can also use AI for writing dissertations. Can professors, can university teachers use AI for scoring, for example, essays? That's a question. Okay? And the other is basically focusing on linguistic accuracy in L2 writing. And also the studies are really accurate and showing really promising results. Okay, so in this study, I had two research questions. The first one was that what are the linguistics and cohesive features of ChatGPT generated essay, and to what extent these generated texts are different from human produced text. So basically focusing on the linguistic aspects of these texts. So to analyze this, I used the corpus which was compiled, collected from students, lots of 113 texts, and the AI corpus contained 100 AI-generated texts. So that was the basis of the research. When it comes to the students, they were mainly Hungarian students attending an academic or an advanced writing course throughout a semester. And the prerequisite was to basically, so they learned a lot about writing argumentative essays. So they knew how to paraphrase text, how to summarize text, and also how to synthesize from different sources. Okay? So basically, the conclusion is that these students were equipped with the basis of academic writing. Okay, in connection with the writing prompts, so there were many writing prompts, and the students had to choose only 10 out of the 13. They could leave out 3 writing prompts that they were not, so they were not happy with composing them. They were all connected to the subject that they were learning for, so that was applied linguistics. For example, that was the writing prompt, so they had to write a text of around 300 words, and in this case the title was "The Best Dictionary for L2 Learners, Second Language Learners is a Monolingual Dictionary," and whether they agree or disagree with the statement. For the Google Gemini, for the ChatGPT, so that was the AI tool that I used here, I provided the same writing prompt to be sort of fair and see that whether, to control these, control the output. Obviously, we all know that prompting and how we prompt obviously affects the output. But in this case, I use the same writing prompt also for humans and also for the AI. When it comes to the data analysis, I looked at lexical complexity. So lexical complexity basically means that looks at the lexical, so the word level features. I looked at the academic word list, which actually checks to what extent the text contains words from the academic word list, which is a collection of academic words. I also looked at letters per word, so because it was English writing, and in English writing, longer words tend to be more academic. If you think about the word help, the academic equivalent is facilitate, and it's a longer word. So that could be also a good measure of academic level. I also looked at the measure of textual lexical diversity, which actually measures to what extent the text contains varied vocabulary, so basically meaning that there are no repetitions in the text. So that also shows the academic level of a text. So if you repeat a word for more times, then obviously it's not a good academic text. Okay? Type token ratio is the same measure. I also looked at syntactic complexity, basically meaning that the mean length of sentence, so obviously academic texts are, in academic texts you can find longer sentences. Also dependent clause per clause index, which actually measures how many dependent clauses we have in a text, and that's also important indicator of academic language, because in academic language we don't find many dependent clauses. Just to give you an example, I am standing here, which is really good. So which is really good is a dependent clause. And this is more characteristics of speaking than academic writing. Okay? And I also looked at cohesion, which basically measures to what extent students can connect words, connect sentences to each other. Obviously, academic text has higher levels of cohesion. In order to measure this, I used linguistic computational tools. All of them were developed by Kyle and Crossley, who are pioneers in applied linguistics in connection with text analysis. Okay, so when it comes to the findings, as you can see, the light green numbers actually show that AI could produce denser language in terms of words, so lexical density types, lexical density tokens, and more importantly, the academic word list. So that was also higher in connection. I mean, when you look at the mean scores, also letters per word. So AI could produce longer words in the text, and also there was more varied. So it's a bigger difference. So if 99.1 was the MTLD, so the measure of textual lexical diversity, meaning that AI can produce more refined language. Okay? When it comes to the syntactic results, also the green lights shows, the green highlighted numbers show that AI could produce more refined, more sophisticated text. The only thing was that dependent clause per clause, but as I mentioned, that's indicator of spoken language. So that was a difference. So that in this case, the humans produced the higher, slightly higher number. When it comes to cohesion, that was a little bit sort of mixed results. So there were some indices which were higher for the AI, and some other results which were higher for the all Also, it's important to see that these differences, whether they are meaningful. So that's why I conducted some statistical tests, so independent sample t-test. And as you can see it, the p-values are quite, there are many p-values which are significant, meaning that lexical component, in connection with the lexical component, that AI could produce more sophisticated text. When it comes to the other results in connection with the mean length of sentence, that was not significant, so basically meaning that there were no statistical significant differences, but in connection with the cohesion indices, as you can see, the differences were again meaningful. Okay? When it comes to the discussion of the findings, so in connection with lexical complexity, so the word level differences between AI and human-produced text, we can say that AI can produce denser and more diverse vocabulary, okay? And it's also an indicator of AI-produced text. And also when it comes to the variety, so that how varied the vocabulary is, there was also a large effect size, which basically tells us it's not that the finding is also important, okay? So for example, here we have the AI-generated text on front G. So that was, there were no repetitions in the text. So AI could use many synonyms as opposed to students who basically repeated certain words because their vocabulary was much limited than AI, okay? When it comes to syntactic complexity, AI text contained more words per sentence. So basically they could write longer sentences. So that's also an indicator of AI text. And also more coordinated phrases. So basically coordination is when you use and or but. And also more complex nominals, which also is also an indicator of academic language. Okay? When it comes to cohesion, the results were a bit mixed. So there were some indicators which actually humans were sort of better creating more cohesive text. Okay? For example, this is a human-produced text containing more coordinating conjunctions. So, for example, and, which is also an indicator of human-produced text. Okay. Also, here we have another human-produced text with the conjunctions, as you can see, more conjunctions in connection with and. Okay. So, when it comes to the conclusion, we can see that AI texts are more sophisticated and they are more aligned with the academic genre, the academic characteristics of language, and humans could not produce the same level. Okay, that's just, this study is limited because we just looked at, or I just looked at these prompts and how, in this case, so ChatGPT can produce, how it can respond to this prompt. Okay. And obviously future studies, if they are interested, and now I have an MA student who actually also developed a software which actually uses stylometry. Stylometry basically means that focusing on individuals, and each individual has a way of writing text, and probably that's how AI usage can be detected if it's necessary, but it's obviously not always the case. Okay, so these are my references, and this study was published in this Deal volume, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
I think yes. So if you know how you write text, obviously you can prompt it, and obviously then the AI will generate the absolutely human-like text. So you can humanize the text. But obviously the problem would be, so that let's suppose you submit to a course or different courses several texts, and then the professors submit these texts into, for example, Turnitin, and they store it somewhere, and compare it with your previous essays, and you submit an AI one, then they can say that, okay, that's different in many ways than your previous submissions. Okay, thank you.
I have one more question. I would like to ask you what models you used in your research. Yeah, because you spoke about ChatGPT for only ChatGPT, yeah, and which model? So it's GPT 4.0, 4.0, yeah. Okay, so was okay. Yeah, because there is like a progression, and yeah, so I want to know which model you used. Okay, thank you very much. Next online, yeah, okay. Okay, so next presenter is online. It's Dorota Tchaikovska, and presentation's title is From Data to Understanding, Using Artificial Intelligence and Real-Time Economics Data in Public Finance and Economics Education.
Hello, welcome everyone from Poland, from Warsaw, the capital of Poland. So my name is Dorota Tchaikovska. I'm an academic teacher at Helena Chatkowska University of Technology and Economics in Warsaw. And at the same time, I work in local governance finance. This dual perspective is important for today's topic. In public finance, I work every day with data, risk, uncertainty, and decision that must be explained clearly. In academic teaching, especially with first year students, the challenge is very similar. How to translate complex economic reality into something understandable, useful, and engaging. Artificial intelligence entered my work not only as theoretical subject, but as a practical question. Can AI help me prepare better classes? Yes, the answer is yes, but can it help me use current economic data more efficiently? Can it support exercises, case studies, and students' engagement without reducing academic quality? This is why I titled my presentation From Data to Understanding. I would like to show AI not as a replacement for the academic teacher, but as a tool that can strengthen the teacher's role if it is used critically, responsibility, and with a clear educational purpose. The main thesis of this presentation is simple. AI should not be treated as a substitute for the academic teacher. It changes the teacher's role. Today, teaching is not only about transferring knowledge, it is also about selecting reliable information, explaining complexity, and designing learning experiences and expressions it. In this context, AI can support three things: efficiency, attractiveness, and relevance. Why does this matter now? Economic education is becoming more demanding because the world itself has become less predictable. The matters we discussed earlier describe an area of overplanning shocks, geopolitical tensions, energy instability, climate and demographic pressures. For students, this means that textbook definitions are not enough. They need to learn how to interested teams, how compares scenarios and understand policy choice. AI can help teachers bring this changing reality into the classroom. The teacher is not longer only a content provider. A teacher becomes a designer of learning situations. We select examples, verify sources, explain mechanisms, organize discussion, and assess learning. AI can support each of these stages, but the teacher remains responsibility for the quality of content, the ethic use of tools, and the educational purpose of the class. Moving from this dual perspective, let me share how the skills of tomorrow program reshaped my daily work. My approaching to teaching is strongly practice-based. I teach economics and finance related subjects, but I also work in local government finance. This creates an opportunity to bring real public finance problems into the classroom. AI can help transform this practical experience into structures teaching materials, simple explanations, exercises, case studies, and discussion question. My thinking about this topic is also influenced by my participation in the AI program organized by Google. For me, its value is practical. It shows that AI is not just technical trends. It changes how we organize work, prepare materials, and solve problems. This is directly relevant and academic teaching because teachers need to prepare students for a labor market in which AI will be an important competence. My reflection is also influenced by current teacher training in the practical use of AI in academic work. The training focus on AI assistants designed for university teachers. For example, some supports in preparing classes, syllabus, teaching materials, assignments, tests, assignments, criteria, and academic communication. A second important element is the use of AI-supported tools to review Moodle courses. Such tools can help teachers check whether the course is complete, whether organization sent information are clearly, whether materials are available, and whether students actually use them. For me, this is an important sign. AI in education is not only about individual experimental, it is becoming part of institutional teaching quality. Teachers need AI, but they also need pedagogical judgment. The tool can support the process, but the teacher remains responsibility for the learning experience. In everyday teaching, AI is useful in very concrete areas. It helps prepare slides, summarizes, and handouts. It can help search for current examples from the economy. It can generate exercises, questions, and case studies. It can also support feedback. The results is not that the teacher work less. The results is that the teacher can spend more time on interpretation, discussion, and students' judgment. And the first practical effects is efficiency. Preparing classes requires a lot of time. Searching for examples, adopting language, preparing slides and exercise. AI can create first drafts and organize material faster, but quality depends on the teacher. The teacher verifies, adopts, selects, and gives the final pedagogical shape. And the second effect is attractiveness. Economics can be difficult for first-year students. If it remains abstract, AI helps me quickly transform current economic events into classroom examples. Students can discuss inflation, interest rates, public debt, and energy shocks using simple explanation and current date. This makes economics more available and more understandable. This is the practical model I would recommend it. First, the teacher defines the learning outcomes, and then AI can help create a draft structure, examples for exercise. And more important stage is verification, changing sources, facts, logic, and the level of difficulty. Only then does the material enter the classroom. AI-generated content is only a draft. The academic teacher turns into the responsible educational product. Let me give a simple example. When teaching information, we can start with definition, but with AI support, we can quickly prepare a more engaging path. Recent date, a simple explanation, examples from energy or food price, and a short student activity. For example, students can explain why inflation may fall while prices are still rising. This turns a technical concept into analytic thinking. A second example is a public finance case study. Students can be given a simplified scenario. A city plans investments under uncertainty. AI can help prepare the background, the risk map, and the questions, but the students must think what important do we need? What are the trade-offs? How does the debt affect future budgets? This is much more engaging and memorizing definitions. Promoting is become academic competence. The quality of AI output depends on the quality of question. A good prompt should define the role, the student's level, the learning goal, the form, and the constraints, but prompting is not a shortcut. It is a teaching design skill. It requires clarity, judgment, and verification. Responsible AI use is essential in higher education. Teachers should verify facts, protect sensitive information, and guide students toward critical thinking. AI may produce convinced but incorrect answer, so students also need to learn how to question outputs, check sources, and understand limitation. This is part of modern academic literacy. I think it is important to discussion between two use of AI. The first one is using AI to produce content, slides, summarize question or examples. The second one is more advanced, using AI to improve the quality of the learning process. For example, AI can help check whether a Moodle course is complete, whether assessment criteria are clear, whether students use the materials, and whether the course structure supports learning outcomes. AI creates opportunity, but it also creates new risks. It can generate incorrect but convincing content. It can reproduce bias. It can make students too dependent on ready-made answers. It can create privacy and academic integrity issues. It is why AI in education must be guided by clear principles and by the teacher's responsibility. How to teach students to work with AI? It's a very important question. Students should not only be told whether AI is allowed or not, they need to learn how to use it responsibly. First, they should ask better questions. Second, they should check the answer against sources and economic logic. Third, they should improve their own arguments. AI literacy should become part of the economic literacy. AI also changes assessment. If students can easily generate a standard written answer, we need to task the reward reasoning, and that means more case studies or explanation, reflection on assumption and comparison of a scenario. A good assessment question is not only what is the answer. It is explain if your reasoning included assumption and show how you verified the information. The future academic teacher needs, in my opinion, needs more than subject experts. We need AI literacy, data interpretation, pedagogical design, and ethical judgment. This doesn't make the teachers less important. It makes the teacher's role more demanding. The more powerful the tools become, the more important judgment and responsibility become. International dimension is very important. Universities in different countries face similar questions: how to use AI, how to assess students, how to protect academic integrity, and how to make classes more engaging. We should share good practice, prompts, case studies, teaching methods, and ethic guidelines. In education, innovation shouldn't be isolated. I think it should be shared. This is the message I would like to leave with you. AI not replace the academic teacher, but teachers who can work with AI will be better prepared to design classes that are efficient, attractive, and relevant. In economic and public finance, AI helps us bring the real economy into the classroom, but the teachers remain responsible for interpretation, values, and learning outcomes. So, key message. I thank you very much for your. I think it's very important for you what I say, but in the end, I would like to thank you for your attention. I hope my presentation was interested for you and gave you some insight to think about my intention. So thank you.
Thank you very much for presentation. Do you have any questions? No one? Okay, I have, where is camera? There? There? Yeah, yeah, okay. Please, I have one question. Which AI platform would you recommend for AI-driven, AI-supported teaching?
I feel very bad. Can you repeat your question?
Okay, again, what AI platform you can recommend for AI-supported teaching?
Now for me the most important platform is Moodle. I know that Moodle is knowing all over the world. Maybe you use them, I don't know. But in my academy we start use Moodle with AI, so it's very useful. Especially can better have background and feedback from using Moodle by students.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Okay, no questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye. Okay, our next presenter is also online. His name is Emmanuel Abruka. I hope that I read it. And the title of his presentation is Human in the Loop Communication, Repositioning Communication Pedagogy in AI-Driven Education.
Még nincs, mert az egy helyre bedobálták az összes mindent. És fogalmam sem volt, hogy melyikbe kell belépnem, így aztán beléptem, és most veszem fel a kapcsolatot. Ideiglenesen kapcsoljuk le ezt a részt. Preview. Oh, can you hear me? Még nincs itt. Lépjünk ki, amíg fel nem veszem vele a kapcsolatot.
Jó napot kívánok, Emese. Készen áll, mert nem tudtuk bekapcsolni a másik ön előtt lévő hölgyet. Igen?
Én vagyok.
Jó, hogy azért kérdeztem, hogy rendben van-e, hogy akkor most ön jön. Jó?
Igen, jó.
Jó, köszönöm szépen. Akkor our next presenter is Sherbakov Kovács Fiemese, and the title of her presentation, Artificial Intelligence in Language Teaching, Opportunities, Challenges and Future Perspectives.
Igen,
Thank you.
De jó lesz szerintem.
Elkezdhetjük, Emese.
Nem látom a diáimat.
Ja. Meg kell osztani a prezentációt. Ön tudja megosztani.
Igen, mert egyébként föltöltöttem őket, tehát feltöltöttem.
Igen, azt köszönjük, csak az online-nál meg kell osztani a prezentációt. Tehát az ön asztalán, hogyha ott van, azt kéne megosztani. Ott a megosztás gomb, ott a jobb.
Mert nem kerestek meg a technikusok, úgyhogy... Jó, akkor egy pillanat. Egy pillanat. Osztás. Nem találom sajnos. Egy pillanat. Nem találom itt ezek között a diáimat. Nem találom sajnos. Mert nem tudnának a technikusok segíteni, mert jó, köszönöm. Teljesen elcsúszik a hang. Jó. Viszont a saját diáimat még mindig nem látom, az a probléma. Kapcsoljam ki és kapcsolódjak újra? Telefonon hívjam fel? Jó. Jó, rendben.
About Dennis University. I'm waiting for you in a call. Yeah, the presentation is starting. Okay. Okay, just share your screen, the presentation, and everything is fine. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to share some of the ideas and experiences I've gained over the years, especially during this the age of AI. As my colleague introduced me, I belong to the Faculty of School of Pedagogical Innovations and Culture. And so as part of my job, I also develop pedagogical approaches to teaching into teaching. Now, as communication lecturer, over the years, I have applied some principles that now has proven to be beneficial in this AI-driven education. And so my presentation now is called Human in the Loop Communication. That gives a cyclical approach or secular approach to teaching communication. Now, if a student can generate an essay with AI, what does it mean to know something? Yeah. So our classroom has become a way that a few students are interested in the subject, interested in learning, and the rest are just waiting to go home and get the generative AI to work for them. So what is the current situation or current shift of affairs that we kind of facing? There is increasing support of writing by AI, which means that if you know how to prompt and communicate with the generative AI, which of course there are several of them available, then it's easy for the students to just generate and submit the assignment or whatever is needed to be done. Now, traditionally, this shift is moving away where students actually learn how to write and then also write well. Because this traditional way of learning to write is shifting away, it's kind of becoming a burden for also teachers to read all these tasks and work that students have produced that are very mechanic oriented, which means that there is no critical thinking in place, and it's difficult. It's basically, to some of you would probably attest to this, that it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time for the teacher to go through such writings. So how can we then improve on this? How can we make sure that there's learning taking place? So in this case, what is visible when a student has presented something or a student has submitted an assignment is that the students will be able to explain, will be able to respond to questions, will be able to engage in meaningful, deeper discussion about the topic, and adapt to the audience, different type of audience, and then the level of thinking, quality of work that the student has produced. So there is the need for the student to defend whatever it has done. Now, what is the core argument? Of course, the argument is that AI can support writing, support this process, all right, but humans can demonstrate understanding of the whole concept and the whole idea. And this is, I think, what we aim as teachers, as educators, as communication teachers to do, to make sure that in this age, we don't ignore the fact that AI can support the process. We don't ignore the fact that AI can generate and write a whole thesis, essays, and so on. But we embrace and adapt to make sure that students rather use it well, ethically. So With this, we talk about balancing the human use of it. This process, of course, I'm saying is cyclical, or let's say secular, which means that human gets the idea, have the critical thinking context, and then AI can process the information a little bit by giving access to some sort of information, create drafting structure, give some ideas, and of course the writing become efficient if the input is really good. So in this case, we have a balance of things. So this cyclical approach, it's like humans, you need to think about it. This is the framework I think might work for all of us. Human, you think about, what do I want the readers to know about my work? What is this topic all about? And then you can then use AI to support the ideas and to support the writing, support the development, and then human validation, meaning that you have really grasped the content and you'll be able to explain in your own words. Critical thinking analyzes more of analyzing rather than descriptive of what you have written. So which means that you put the human thinking of the knowledge gained from this. Now, how does it work? An alternative learning process, which could probably help some of us, would be to believe in this approach and try it out and see if it's going to happen. What is next? What is the human aspect of this whole thing? If AI is in the center now, trying to disrupt learning, making or preventing critical thinking, to say. So what humans we need to do, teachers, require our students to do is to clarify, to make sure that there's clarity in what the ideas that they present, the ideas that they write about, to make sure that there is good structure. And of course, the structure with the help of artificial intelligence will be very good. And then be able to adapt whatever you write to the audience, the right audience selection. Most of the time, the work that the lazy students do, excuse me to say, is mostly like generating without even reading through, knowing which audience this is targeted to, and so on. So it's very important that we put emphasis on clarity of ideas, good structure, and then audience selection, meaning that the text or the information that we produce is directed towards the right audience. Now let's take a look at what is on the screen. Think about it a little bit, and if you have any questions to ask, then I'll be able to answer and continue from there. AI as a pedagogical support tool, not a threat to learning. Is there anybody who feels it's a threat to learning? Any thoughts? Okay, so I'll move on from here. I'll give you examples. So I'll move on from here. So in this case, talking about the balance between the use of AI, human, AI, human, meaning that you get an input. AI supports the writing, supports the structure, and then reflection, meaning that you are able to explain, you are able to answer questions, you are able to engage the audience. Now, when this approach is used, then learning becomes visible, very visible through the communication, through the interaction, through the interaction with the audience. Now, this is a practical example of what I have done previous years that has led to this. I have a module called Communication with the Outside World. Now, this module is that students of international, environmental engineer students write blog posts and then present this in an online seminar. So first, the students will research topics on sustainability, on environmental issues, and then write a blog. And the blog is to the public, so anybody can read this blog. And then they defend the blog writing with a public presentation. And the seminar is organized online. And I think it's every November, 1st to 4th November, we have this online presentation where students engage with audiences. They invite their family members, their friends, loved ones, and we also, the teachers, spread the news around the school. So anybody interested in listening to them, join the online session. So the learning process is very simple, like we all do. They do their research, they write a blog. There is a peer assessment that we call it opponent structure that we have designed, that each student will have an opponent who reads the blog, who gives feedback, direct feedback for adjustment and so on. And the same opponent also function in the online session, where the opponent will ask the first questions and so on and so forth, give critiques and so on. So this is that. And then after the seminar, the students write reflection, how they have gone through the whole process of writing the blog and defending the blog. And most of the time it's been amazing. Reading the blog, see that like most of them are afraid of public speaking, but eventually when they pull it through, they are so thrilled and so happy. Now, if you think about the whole process and what we go through, what becomes difficult to outsource to AI, and that is where we can put emphasis on. Explain ideas clearly, adapt communication for experts, defend understanding, and respond in real time. So during these presentations, this is what happens. Students really face the real life experience by engaging with the audience in many ways. Now you can see this is the block. So if we're interested, we have up to 2025 blocks there, and then this autumn, next autumn, we will have the 2026 version as well, where students will write the blog. Now, what will change, or what is changing in this, is that now is going to be guided AI writing of the blogs, and then the students will really defend. Now, the reason why this so is that it is time consuming. Those days before 2005, we take the students step by step through writing the blogs, peer reviews or student reviews internally within our Moodle area environment, that they give feedback. We went through, I read through, I give some feedback, and then finally, when it's ready, the final is posted to our blog. And then came AI. And you realize the students were not interested in even going through the process. They wait to the last minute and then use AI to create it. So what is worth doing in this case is not just to allow them to do, but to guide them through, and then make sure that the language is correct, the audience selection is correct, the process going through the process of using AI in writing. So, even if AI assists writing, students need to communicate. They need to face people in real world, like meetings, negotiations, whatever. They need to face people. They need to explain their work. They need to explain the reports they have written. They need to respond to questions, and they need to interact with different people of different level. Now, what is in for us as teachers? So I think that it is important that we kind of learn how to design our learning, combine AI-supported writing with oral communication, and then think of how to assess reasoning, not only the output. Now, take a look at this question here, which is design learning around what AI cannot replace. What comes to mind in this case? Yeah. What else? Design learning around what AI cannot replace. So this is actually very important as communication teachers or educators, that we try as much as possible to redesign our lessons to cater for the use of AI by the students. So communication is becoming more important, not less. I think that most communication teachers or language teachers feel that, okay, it looks as if we wouldn't have work anymore. AI is going to take our work, because it does all kinds of things. But then it leaves the human aspect of it, and which is communication, which is reasoning, which is critical thinking, which is empathy, sympathy in communication, explaining things. So So I would say that it is important to embrace the new challenge that education is facing, and design proper lessons that will really take care of reasoning, communication, interaction with the people, and so on. So we move from just production of text to communication and validating understanding of the student. And I think that will help with evaluation as well. So not that the student have written or submitted very good, well written, with no grammatical mistakes and so on, and then, okay, he gets a 5, he gets a 10, he gets an A. No, but rather the students being able to defend, being able to prove understanding of what they have presented. Now, another question for you to think about. How are you adapting your teaching and assessment practices in the age of AI? This is something that I leave with you, that we think about these things, see how best we can change the way we assess students. For instance, I am a communication and I teach writing, and looking at what has been going on recently, there's a need to put emphasis on some of these points that I have raised today. I would say thank you very much for being part of this presentation, and I will be ready to answer any questions that comes to mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and especially for this late time to present. We've had a long day, and I don't know whether you could follow the presentations before, but we can express real special thanks to those lecturers who put special emphasis on developing the soft skills that we and our students will need in the future. So I think it's really valuable work you are doing. Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing this presentation with us. And I hope that as we are partner universities, one day we can discuss all this, what you do in practice in details. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us and presenting this. Thank you. Thank you.
I would have been there in person, but
next year we will arrange it in time. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, and we are coming to the end of this day with one presentation left, and we hope that now Emese Sherbakov-Kovács will be able to join us. And actually, she's talking about an interesting topic, which is artificial intelligence in language teaching, opportunities, challenges, and future perspectives. So, Emese, thank you very much for waiting for us. And now we can see your presentation, so the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and I would like to welcome everybody to my presentation, and thank you very much for having about this technical failure as well. So let me introduce myself firstly. I am Sherbakov-Kovács Emese, a first-year PhD student at Education and Society Doctoral School of Education at the University of Pécs. And Oké, csúszott a hangom, nem lehet rendesen hallani? Okay, so because there was a problem with my sound, but if you can hear me well, then it's okay. So my research topic is impact of artificial intelligence on language teachers, future and language teaching. And I have brought with myself a pilot research today that is in connection with personal experiences and views of language teachers and language learners concerning artificial intelligence in language teaching and opportunities, challenges, and future perspectives. Since we can say that artificial intelligence is bringing a shift to language education, it's a paradigm shift. As we can see that there are many challenges and opportunities with AI in language teaching. So language teachers' role is transforming, but it shouldn't be disappearing, as special literature also shows that. Opportunities with AI are that there is personalized language learning, which means that through the interaction with the learner, the interactions are built back into the learner model. And by this, the AI system is getting more and more updated, helping the student to be able to reach his or her highest potential in the learning. And of course, with the immediate real-time feedback also helps the learner. And AI can increase motivation and learner autonomy. However, we mustn't forget about the methodological, environmental issues, ethical risks, and data security problems. Because they are still to be seen in the future. Sorry, I cannot change between the slides. Okay, then I can continue with the impact of AI on language teachers. As we can see, language teacher identity is changing. And many teachers have fears from, for example, losing their job. So they have fear from possible job losses. But even more teachers have fear from the fact that they have digital they are digitally illiterate people. So even if they use AI in their teaching, they feel digitally illiterate. That's why trainings would be needed for teachers to come up with their knowledge, and they shouldn't lag behind their students. AI is more likely to support teachers than replace teachers, since there are human factors which are irreplaceable. For example, personality, motivation, personal presence, and helping of teachers. So that's why the language teacher of the future should be a mentor, a facilitator, and advisor. In literature, we can also see that there are many advantages of AI in language education. As I have already mentioned, that it can help you with personalized learning pathways. So there are the IT systems which can provide access both to teachers and learners to the learners' learning steps, the successes, failures, emotional levels. And with this, the teacher can also help better the student to reach his or her highest potential in learning. Of course, this learner's motivation can also increase with that. Other advantage of AI is that it can adapt to the learners' cognitive capacities, individual abilities, and proficiency level, and create good tasks for the learner. Moreover, the use of AI can reduce stress and language anxiety, which I think a lot of learners face this language anxiety when they have to speak to teacher or other peers. So it can increase learner engagement in the learning. We can also talk about open learner models, which provide transparency both to teachers and learners. So that's why AI has many roles even now in the future, like expert facilitation as an intelligent virtual agent or intelligent moderator can also help learners. If we consider the challenges and negative aspects of AI in using it in language education, many teachers complain about the fact that their learners have excessive reliance on the answers which are generated by the AI. They complain about the cognitive abilities reduction, and they reduce self-expression. And of course, we can talk about superficial learning in the case of language learners as well. From the technical part, AI, for example, ChatGPT provide many inaccurate answers and responses, content and cultural bias, hallucinations, and of course, in the case of those students who are at low proficiency levels, they complain about lack of emotions, and as a result of that, they will be frustrated. We shouldn't forget about the data protection issues and plagiarism. Many students use a ChatGPT as a cheat sheet only. And of course, the harm of academic integrity is also in question. And last but not the least, the environmental impact is also a very important factor, since with the introduction of AI, different kinds of devices and hardware have higher and higher costs. And in connection with the environmental pollution, we have to mention that, for example, when a teacher or a learner asks a question from the AI, of course, the AI is not running on his or her personal computer, but in large data centers, which are full of high performance graphics processors, and they consume a big amount of energy. Or if we think about hardwares which are needed for AI, so concerning the production of these hardwares, such raw materials are needed, like lithium, copper, gold, or rare earth elements, which also provide or also result in environmental pollution, soil pollution, water pollution. But to the contrary, the teacher who provides knowledge, value, has got much less, of course, much less ecological footprint. And based on the literature review, I have found the AI tools which are used mostly in language education. And I can see two different groups: the general AI tools, for example, the ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot for Education, and Claude, which are used mostly by teachers and learners for error correction or text processing, or content generation. And also we can mention the specific applications for language learning. There are many, among others, for example, Duolingo, As I Speak, Pronouns, TalkPol, Quizlet. They are used mostly by Hungarian teachers for vocabulary development, grammar development, text and image generation, or for pronunciation and assessment of these. Based upon these, I have 5 research questions. How do language learners evaluate the role of AI in language education? What attitudes and experiences characterize the language teachers in integrating AI in language teaching? What opportunities and risks do participants identify in AI-supported language teaching? What challenges do participants face regarding ethics, data security, and environmental awareness and issues? And how can language teachers be prepared for the conscious use of AI in their teaching? I have conducted my pilot research in CityPage, and I have conducted semi-structural individual and group interviews. I have involved 9 language teachers and 25 adult learners in my research. You can see that the language teachers are aged between 27 and 65, and I have involved secondary grammar school teachers, secondary technical school teachers, vocational training school teachers, and from higher or tertiary education as well, because I have wanted to see a larger scale of teachers and their experiences. Concerning the adult learners, they both or either study or work in the field of engineering, law, economics and tourism, teacher education, and healthcare. Based upon my numbers, you can also see that I have involved more engineering students than others, because many of them deal with developing AI softwares, and they know they are very competent in using AI, and they look at the use of AI in language education differently from other learners. Concerning my sampling method, I have used convenience, snowball, and purposive sampling based upon institutional outreach. And the research has been conducted in September-October 2025 and February-March-April 2026. And then I have used thematic analysis. Of course, I call the attention of my participants for voluntary participation possibility, and that I am going to secure their data, and I am going to use their information exclusively for research purposes. I have grouped my interview questions into 2 parts, for language teachers and for language learners. Both groups got questions in connection with digital competence or incompetence and AI knowledge, as well as about ethical and environmental issues. And moreover, I asked language teachers about their view concerning the need for AI training in their cases, and what kind of fears they have, what risks and barriers they can see in the use of AI, and how they refine their own teacher roles, and what advantages can they see in connection with AI or over AI in their work. Language learners also got some questions in connection with the impact of AI on language teaching and language learning, and what kind of views and attitudes they have in connection with the importance of a human language teacher in language teaching. And based upon my results concerning my first research question, what is AI according to language teachers? I have received very interesting results because there were 3 groups. One group of teachers said or considered AI as scary or demonized, very interestingly. 5 had very neutral opinions as necessary evil or machine based on data sets. 2 considered it as a crutch, and only one teacher considered it as a helpful friend. Very interestingly, that teacher who has been working and teaching for 43 years or more, she is the only who considered AI as helpful friend, and she has taken part in every single training possibilities, and she has learned everything that is possible about AI. To the contrary, those teachers who are at the age of 28, 30, 35, they considered AI as scary and demonized. 7 teachers talk about the fact that they feel themselves are digitally illiterate people. However, they used AI in their teaching, but still they feel that they lag behind in this knowledge. Interestingly, only 1 teacher talked about environmental risks. So for me, it showed that many teachers don't really know about environmental risks when designing their tasks. 1 teacher had the fear from losing her job, the others don't. They can see their values in teaching, and 2 teachers highlighted the novelty effect because they said that when they started to use AI, they were very enthusiastic about it, but by now, this enthusiasm has reduced to using ChatGPT only once in a month or once in 2 months. So we can see that the successful integration depends not on age, but on language teachers' attitude, since 1 teacher who has been teaching for 43 years considers it as a helpful friend. And 1 teacher said that ChatGPT is spineless. So very interesting concept for that. As you can see, my results about the AI tools that are tested and used by language teachers, all of the teachers have already tried ChatGPT, and there is only 1 teacher who has tried everything together with the DeepL and Notebook LM as well. And after ChatGPT, the most frequently used AI tools are Canva, Quizlet, and Redmanta mostly. What is AI according to language learners? All language learners identified advantages and disadvantages. Advantages are like supplementary tool. For information search, it is very good, and vocabulary and grammar development. 2 students consider it as a dictionary bank, but many consider it as a very important tool for situational practice. Most students talk about the inaccurate answers, the superficial understanding, that it is less effective for beginners because of the frustration as they feel because of lack of emotion. However, most students say that it shouldn't replace human teacher interaction. 2 students consider it as a simple machine or slave, and 2 others as a tool which lacks soul and spirit. And because it looks for information from every single part of internet, it produces many mistakes, and that's why critical use is necessary for learners. Risks of AI among language learners, these are the results which I got from language teachers. Many language teachers talk about the cognitive laziness which is produced by their learners. So many of their learners don't want to think, but want to use ChatGPT as a cheat sheet. And that's why they can see this thinking avoidance and cognitive laziness in their students, in their learners. And they say that their students choose the easy way and they don't want to think. That's why this thinking is reducing. Teachers talk about hallucinations, incorrect grammatical data, especially in common in dead languages like in Latin. They can feel that very much. And they complain about 8 of the teachers, especially those who teach at secondary schools, complain about plagiarism among their learners. And they fear that their learners absolutely lose control when they start to use ChatGPT without any critics. Why is the language teacher irreplaceable both by language teachers and language learners? Well, of course, because of emotional intelligence, empathy, motivation, and the personal presence, gestures, facial expressions, and body language. Interestingly for me, 1 learner said that emotion is not needed at all, and that's why he prefers AI over the language teacher because AI doesn't have any emotions. However, the teachers like sharing a knowing glance with their students, and they can notice the fatigue in the 7th or 8th lessons, and they can adjust the lesson plan flexibly. This is something that AI cannot perceive in the physical world. And the teacher can also be a role model and can be very close to the learners because can also make mistakes, and that builds trust. And in the physical world, of course, AI cannot see bullying or smoking of adolescents or crisis situations. This is the only in which the teacher can help and the AI cannot help the students. And last but not the least, I would like to talk about language teachers' AI training needs, because as I have mentioned, many teachers feel that they are illiterate people in AI. That's why they would need practical tips in prompting, how to help their students develop critical AI use, and they wouldn't like to be trained together with the advanced teachers, advanced users, because they have possibilities for trainings, but they would need level-based trainings from digital illiterate teachers up to advanced users. And that's why they would need institutional financial support to that as well. And two teachers mentioned that they would like joint training sessions with their learners to learn from each other. They also need trainings to design the tasks appropriately, concerning the environmental issues as well. Future perspectives for the collaboration between language teachers and AI. The teachers shouldn't disappear, the teacher profession, but it will transform as educator, mentor, and ethical guide. The teachers will work in the future. I have brought some in vivo quotations from language teachers and learners, because they say that AI should remain a supporting actor, shouldn't become a main actor, and can free teachers from the monotonous and boring tasks, because then the teachers can concentrate more on interactive tasks with their students. And I love the last quotation, that let us use AI instead of letting AI use us. I have compared my results with the literature results, and the conclusion is that AI doesn't replace language teachers, but it transforms it. And technology can reduce teachers' workload, but cannot replace, but only help. And the empathy, personality, and motivation factors are inevitable from the part of teachers, as for example, Glowicki also says that both teachers and learners have very ambivalent feelings about the opportunities and the risks, but they emphasize that AI must be a tool and we should use AI instead of the AI using us. And I would like to conclude my presentation with August Rodin's sculpture, the title of which is The Thinker. I think it perfectly expresses the challenges which are ahead of us, that we always have to think individually, at collective level, and at the level of society, because it is what that can drive us forward. And thank you very much for your attention, and I'm ready to accept your questions.
I welcome. Okay, thank you so much, Emese, for this insightful presentation. I have one question, the last one, bless you. Do you think that your results would be different if you included different types of teachers, or is it or did you get a special result because you focused on language teachers? I don't know whether you understand my question, but I believe that language teachers are usually more modern and they usually follow the new trends.
I have to tell you that I have asked English teachers, Spanish teachers, those teachers who teach German and French languages as well. Yeah, as you have mentioned, they are modern, but I think my results are very variable because there are language teachers who don't want to use AI at all. And there are those who want to use AI and want to participate in all trainings. But I would like to continue this research, and I am going to involve more and more teachers who teach at universities, teach at secondary schools and at primary schools as well. And exactly with a more representative sample, I think I will get a more precise answers to that. But I think that or maybe 30-40% is concerning those teachers who are really afraid of using AI, 60% who are more ready to use AI. But I will continue this research.
Thank you so much for your answer and for being our last presenter for today. And I don't have anything.
Thank you very much for your questions. I think my answer and the question are a little bit slipping, but I hope that you have understood everything well.
Yes, thank you very much. So I have nothing else to do, but thank you for everyone to be with us for such a long time. We've had a long day. And I would like to say special thanks to those people who are following us or who have followed us online. And I would like to express my special thanks to all my colleagues, the technicians, those who organize the marketing part of the conference and everything they've done for the success of today's conference. Thank you, Tomas, for helping out. And I wish you a nice evening, and I hope to see you next year. Goodbye.